Hi, good day, everyone. Welcome to Google Women Tech Makers and Caribbean Tech Summit 2022. We're excited to have you all here, and um, we have a great lineup of speakers and an amazing schedule. So we really hope you all stay true to the end, and whoever can send out your links and let them know that it has started and we're here. So we would like to give our first opening address by Women Tech Makers.
Hi everyone, my name is Caitlin Morrissey and I work at Google as a program manager on the Women Tech Makers team. Thank you all for being here today and welcome. I would also like to extend a huge thanks to Maria for putting this event on and for hosting me for the second time. It is great to be back with you all today. This year's theme is progress, not perfection. The idea that we let go of being perfect and allow ourselves the space to celebrate all types of progress. And this is something that I personally relate with. I am someone who has struggled and still continues to struggle to let go of perfectionism. Growing up, I always wanted to be perfect. I wanted to get straight A's. I wanted everyone to like me, and I wanted to be great at absolutely everything that I did. And this caused a lot of stress in my life because, of course, it was impossible to be perfect at any of these things, let alone all of these things. I wasn't great at science, and so I didn't always do well on tests. Not everyone likes me. and the first time I played piano, I sat down and played piano, I wasn't able to play Mozart. But I still strived to be perfect in all these areas and more. And I felt so disappointed and defeated when I wasn't able to achieve that ideal of perfect in my mind. And I still struggle with these feelings. I want to be great at my job. I want everyone to like me. But over time, I have gotten better at letting the idea of being perfect go because I realized it wasn't helping me. Being in a constant state of needing to be the absolute best at everything, in fact, was not the best state for me to be in, both for my mental and physical health. And as I reflected on this, I learned three really powerful lessons that I'd love to share with you all today. The first is that when you are laser focused on being perfect, you miss out on a lot. In striving to be the best for a lot of my life, I was always focused on the end goal, like getting an A or getting glowing reviews. And this stopped me from being able to enjoy any part of the journey that it takes to get there. So much learning happens in the time that it takes to achieve something, and so much of your life happens during this time. But when you're always focused on the end goal, on the next thing, you often don't even take time to celebrate when you achieve those goals. And even worse, you can't be present in the moment. And after all, the only thing we truly have is the moment right now. And while it is great to strive for things and hold ourselves to big and lofty goals, if that's the only thing we can see and we're put those blinders up, we lose out on so much that we could be experiencing in all of those small moments that happen along the way. The second thing I recognized is that the fear of not being perfect, the fear of failure, stops you from taking risks. I remember vividly walking into one of my first classes in college, and the professor said, "This is going to be the hardest class you ever take." Immediately, my mind started racing. What would that mean for my grade point average? How was I going to be able to get a job after graduation? My mind was racing for the rest of the class, and I didn't pay attention to anything. After the class was over, I walked straight to the administration office and dropped that class and took on a safer choice. And I look back at that moment and many moments like that where I opted for the safe route, where I decided not to do something risky. And I just feel bad. I missed out on opportunities because I was scared of what it would look like if I couldn't be perfect, if I failed. But so much of the learning happens in this space. So many new doors can be opened to you when you take on new opportunities. And I know that this is something that especially affects women. We're taught at an early age that we need to be perfect, but this really hinders us because we miss out on opportunities. We miss out on doors opening because we're taking risks, because we're not taking those risks because we're afraid to fail. The third thing that I learned is that perfection is a myth. It is not something that is ever achievable. And if we keep holding ourselves to being perfect, we're going to be constantly disappointed. In reality, it's very rare that we go from where we are today to the goal we have in the future in a perfectly straight line. Our paths are often a lot messier than that, with ups and downs, advancements and setbacks. I believe that the people who are most successful in ultimately reaching their goals are not the ones who set out to do it perfectly. I think that it's the people that believe in themselves that do. The people that don't get too discouraged by a small failure or misstep, who recognize that even if things are really, really bad in the moment, they have faith that they'll find a way to get out of it. There is ultimately a light at the end of the tunnel. These people are the ones that remain realistically optimistic and believe that they have the strength to get through everything, even if it looks very imperfect. Throughout today, I hope you have some time to reflect on the places in your life where you might be holding yourselves to a perfect standard. Maybe you're really focused on a promotion or getting a grade. And instead of just being laser focused on that and putting those blinders up, you might be able to let that go a little bit and allow yourself to enjoy the journey. Maybe you're thinking about turning down a new opportunity because you're scared you might not be able to take that on. You're scared of what happens if I fail. And today you can remind yourself of just how strong you are and how ready you are to take on that new opportunity. Or maybe you are stressed out about a mistake that you made, or anywhere in your life that you are being less than perfect. And I really encourage you to just let that go. We are all imperfect and we all make mistakes. Our paths won't always be linear or clear, but the important thing is that we keep moving forward. We keep celebrating all the small wins in our lives, and we do not let the fear of being perfect hold us back. So welcome, have a fantastic day today, and enjoy every minute of it, all of the imperfections. Thank you again, and have a great rest of the summit.
Okay, so we'd like to thank Caitlin Morrissey, who's the program manager of Women Tech Makers at Google, for her opening address.
And our next speaker would be Janica John, founder Women in Tech Caribbean. We are so thankful for her remarks.
Hi, and welcome to this year's International Women's Day Caribbean Tech Summit. My name is Janica John. I'm the founder. Hi, and welcome to this year's International Women's Day Caribbean Tech Summit. My name is Janica John. I'm the founder of Women in Tech Caribbean, and we are super excited to be partnering on this event here this week. Events like this are super important. I can't stress that enough. I hope that you listen to the talks, but not only listen, but try to think about what action you can take based on what you hear today. The tech space is vast, and the Caribbean, even though we are small on the map, we have so much to offer. And so yeah, I hope you take advantage of this week, and also try to network, try to meet people. Your next co-founder could be attending this event here with you. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. At Women in Tech Caribbean, events like this are super important to us. We really are on a mission to connect as many Caribbean people, Caribbean women and girls, in the tech space, whether in the diaspora or at home. And so, yeah, we strongly believe that we are stronger together. The more we connect, the more power that we have, and the greater gravity that we have in this space. So, yeah, have fun, enjoy, and welcome to the event.
Thank
Such
you,
true.
Janika John.
Such true is like it's so important to stay connected in the Caribbean when we're so small, right? Next speaker, we have Nicolas Mendes, lead organizer of Google Developer Group in Port of Spain. Hi, Nicholas.
Hi, Adilda. Hi, Rihanna. So
Hi.
nice to be here. I'm so happy to have you all hosting this event. So welcome everyone to our Youth Day. I think it's a kind of new initiative for the summit, and I'm really looking forward to the proceedings we have today. I'm seeing many things we're seeing many things on the agenda today. I'm seeing some familiar faces, some familiar names, as I wake in New Year as well. We have Dr. Maladu coming in and Dr. Harak Singh. So I'm really looking forward to those talks and demos and lightning talks. Things like events like this and having a youth day is really important. Even in the wider programs of the Google community programs, there is one that is more centered for youth that may be interested in tech, called the Google Developer Student Club. We do have one in the St. Augustine campus, so students who may be interested in those in these kind of communities, you could definitely give it a look up. Just look up Google Developer Student Clubs. So with that, I wish you all the best in this successful event today, and I'm looking forward to what we have in store. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you. So now we're gonna have Nicole Patterson.
Hey, hi. Hi, Rihanna again. Adiola. How are you?
Hi.
My
I'm
God,
well.
I'm just so proud of you guys. I mean, hey, we're following in your footsteps. So I am a co-founder of Caribbean Girls Hack and just really so impressed with everything that we've been doing over these past couple of days. And especially for today, which is pretty exciting because you ladies are leading the way on the discussion on bridging the digital divide for women in technology, which is who you are, and everything from animation, creating apps, web development. So really excited to be here today. The great thing is it's all Caribbean wide, and yeah, just really looking forward to seeing and hearing from so many of you here. And this is like really important part also of, as everybody knows, this month is Girls in ICT Day month, because now they've decided it's going to be every day, right? So really just looking forward to seeing more of what we're going to be discussing, and making sure that we keep with that progress, not perfection. So hey, let's go for it. Thanks, Adiola. Thanks, Rihanna.
Thank you, Nicole. And yeah, that's right. We're going for it, right? There's an ICT that is the most like because so for so long girls in ICT felt like it wasn't our space, and now we're out here doing it and doing it in a big way. So really inspiring, Nicole. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll have Sarah Bernard,
Who's the founder of
founder of
Snapchat? Hi, Zero.
Hi guys. It's so great to be here. Thank you, Viana and Adiola. Um, Having events like this are so important. You all wouldn't believe. So, for example, Peter Patterson is, one of my heroes, and to be able to follow after her in an event like this is, it just means so much to me. And I want to thank the youth that are involved in this conference. This conference is all theirs. They decided who they wanted to hear from, the voices they were interested in, and the kinds of careers that they want to pursue. So kudos to the youth for doing that. And I really want to stress here that, and just following on what Janika said, that this is really an opportunity for those youth who are watching on to see what your options are in technology. One of the youth delegates said, you know what, on that panel, I want to know about everything. I want to know about AI. I want to know about robotics. I want to know about biotech. And what I want the youth to know is that we were able to get people in those arenas from the Caribbean. And that's one of the things that we don't realize, that we have the skills and the knowledge here. Just going back to what one of the speakers said earlier this week, that we have a unique set of knowledge in the Caribbean, and we can combine that with technology to create amazing things for the world, and particularly for our unique needs here in the Caribbean. So as you listen to the speakers today, that's what I want you to think about. Where do I fit in this space? How can I make my mark, And so I'm looking forward to hear what the lineup that the youths have prepared for us today. I hope you are too. And congratulations on this conference, all the youth delegates.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you so much for the introduction. And so now we want to ask Sarah and Nicole, are y'all up for a little banter?
Sure.
Sure.
Sure. I don't know why
Wonderful.
Sarah is calling me a Shiro, because she's my Shiro. What? Data science.
amazing.
I mean, I have to up my game, guys. I have to up my game. So
Let me tell
yeah.
you, I don't know if Nicole remembers. Like, I reached out to her on LinkedIn. I remember somebody saying that. So I was at something in data science, and somebody was sharing with us, hey, on LinkedIn, don't just reach out to people unless you have something to say or what. Listen, I mean, that person, I respect them a lot, but I'm not taking that advice. You know what I mean? You have to decide what advice is for you. That's another thing too. You're gonna hear advice from people, and it's gonna be based on their experience. People have different lived experiences. And one of the things I've noticed, listen, networking is so crucial. And you don't, listen, I didn't reach out to Nicole so I can get something. You know what I mean? I reached out to her because I admire what she's doing. And it's like, hey, listen, if she's a Caribbean person, she's I think the business that she's created, the organization she's created, is making such a huge impact. How can I learn from her? And sometimes just be participating, organizing conferences like this enables you to learn so much. She's given me some tips that I've followed, and she might not even know that. So as Janika said, this is an opportunity to network, guys. Please use it. Don't mind that it's an virtual conference. So what I do at virtual conferences, I look on and I'm like, wow, that speaker was amazing. I hop on LinkedIn and I either follow or ask to connect, depending on it, right? And that way you can, if I think they're close enough, you know what I mean? I know somebody who knows them, I'll connect. Otherwise, follow. No harm, guys. You don't lose out anything.
Yeah, no, the idea about following Sarah is like so important because you can see so much in terms of like different opportunities that are coming up as they post them, and a lot of young ladies, and I'm sure Rihanna and Adiola, you're doing this already, you need to create your LinkedIn profile. We're gonna have other stuff coming up with the amazing Women in Tech Caribbean group that really speaks to, has somebody from LinkedIn speaking about, and with women tech makers speaking about, yeah, no matter if you're in uni or you're just starting out in terms of like entering the workforce, or also if it's another thing, say you're just finishing up like upper high school, still create your LinkedIn page. And let me tell you, like you were saying, Sarah, about the networking, I tell you, if it's one thing they don't teach you at uni, right? But network. It helps you to learn about opportunities. It just like exposes you to so many different things that are out there. Anyway, enough about me talking. I'd love to hear more from Rihanna and Adiola, what they're looking for from today.
Today, I'm looking for all those amazing speakers to tell us about their journeys, how they've made it to where they're at. The path they took, not necessarily going to be the path for everyone, but it's always so cool to hear how everyone's path was different, but it still led to a really great place. And I just think it's so cool. I'm looking forward to that.
I think for me, I'm definitely looking forward to just to hear from everyone and to be inspired by all of these great speakers we have lined up today, and just see the feedback from everyone else we have that's viewing online. So I'm really excited for that.
Great. And you know what is the other thing that I would say to ladies? Remember, that the networking doesn't just stop. It's not only in a specific event, because you may read something like, I mean, there are like 3 or 4 different things that are going on even today. I'm involved in addition to IWD Tech Summit, in addition to this Youth Tech Summit. But then also, with the Girls in ICT Day, which is really the 28th of April, but there are so many different things that are going on. You may find a lot of like free courses and that kind of thing that are coming up, that you want to just click it and share it, keep it on your calendar so you remember to go back to it. And then also sometimes you may not have the time to actually be there live, right, Sarah? But what you can do is that you can go back and see the recording, which it looks like a lot of people are doing now, and really just like that's so important. So yeah, I think we're all following everybody else's footsteps, but me, I am following you young people, because let me tell you, I'm coming behind Rihanna like, okay, how you do this, how you do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and one thing that Nicole's pointing out there is that, listen, I don't want to use the word older, but the more mature people around learn so much from younger people. You know what I mean? And the smart older people learn from younger people. I mean, just now, as we're here, somebody's messaging me and telling me, how to silence my WhatsApp. I mean, that's so basic, but at the end of the day, honestly, guys, I really don't know how to do it. But the point is that no, the point is that you would think, hey, what do I have? You might see, so we're going to have a number of speakers on, right? People with doctorates to their names, etc. And you may, oh, they can't learn anything from me. I don't have anything to, offer them or what. No. I mean, you all have, we learn so much, and not just, how to use technology, but how to think. We need to update our thinking every now and again, right? I mean, if you look at just social change, I mean, what was acceptable, let's say, 60 years ago, family wise, totally different now, right? And it's thanks to the youth, right? So your voices matter a lot. So thank you so much for having this. I mean, I can't thank you enough. I want the viewers to know, every youth delegate that you see here is a volunteer. They're not
Right.
forced to be here. It's not like, oh, I have to do it for school credit. No, they want to be here. They're all excited. and it was all planned by them. Thank you. So what y'all are hearing today really are the youth voices that are leading us in the Caribbean and telling us, hey, this is what I'm interested in. These are the opportunities that we need.
And the thing about it that's awesome about that also too, Sarah, is we need more of we need to hear from more women across the entire Caribbean. It's not just the countries like Trinidad or Jamaica or Barbados. We have Bahamas who's going to be speaking today also too. So we really want to get it to be as inclusive as possible. And as you talk about the virtual world, Sarah, what is amazing about that is, look, we're all in different places and we're able to talk together. So my motto for life is that God makes sure there is a silver lining behind everything. It's just for us to be quiet enough so that we can see it, because we wouldn't have been able to, like, I think, optimize as much out of the whole COVID thing. But look, I mean, I'm like on the other side of the pond, as they say, and you guys are all in different places. We have many different people from different places.
Different time zones.
Different time zones. Yes, the tricky time zones, to make sure that we can be on top of that as well. And yeah, it's just so important for that. And that's the same interesting thing also in terms of like part of the life journey, I think, for all of us is that continuous learning. This morning I was actually like just started on a certification course, a 6-month certification course that I need to be doing, and it's all online. No, don't ask me when I'm going to find the time to study, but yes, because I have exams, Rihanna, as well to do. So it's like, oh my God, I have to make sure I start off with my notebook and everything. But there's continuous learning, and I think that's what's so exciting about the environment that we have now, that it's intergenerational learning, and it's also continuous learning on everything from like work skills, life skills. I mean, my daughter is here visiting. She's in her early 20s, and she's like, okay, I'm going to give you some tips. Okay, this is how you need to organize your time. I mean, and telling you, like, oh my God, I'm like, yes, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. So I know we're going to be coming up on some other sessions shortly, but you know what? It would be great. And I don't know if maybe you ladies are seeing it already in the chat, to hear from some of the people who are on screen with us today, kind of like what are some of the things that they're looking to hear from. You guys can just shout out those words and that kind of stuff. And, yeah.
Down in the comments. We love reading your comments. I see Denzel is here. I don't know if he's still here. Great stuff. Denzel is someone I met when I was working in Huawei. So he currently still works at Huawei. So he's really cool.
Right.
Hi,
Huawei is so amazing.
Nice.
And even as you said Huawei there, Adiola, how Huawei has their, what they call it, seats for the future. For the future, which is that and that's the other thing too. Continuous learning, internships here. I won't forget to talk about that, because believe it, I tell all the young people, do an internship. Tell them, Sarah, you're doing an internship now.
Yeah, I am. I want, like Nicole touched on learning. So for those of y'all who are like, oh, you know what, I can't wait to get out of school. Y'all are school leaving. You're like, oh, it's not done. You know what I mean? Like, if you, in order to you want to make an impact on the world, you need to keep learning. That's number one. And you can see from Nicole and I am over 40 years old. Not much, but I'm over 40 years old, and I recently got an internship. I mean, so for you who think who you're choosing your CXC subjects and you're like, I'm not sure if this is the path I want to take, you can change it later on, right? Take what you learn, apply it to, right? So I'm a process engineer. I'm going into data science. The process engineering is going to help. Don't feel like, you know what I mean? Like, don't think like you've ruined your life because, oh no, I'm pigeonholed. You're not. The options are there for you.
I think that's one of the benefits of this modern age. You can pivot so easily and so well. It's like it makes it line up so easy to just do an online course and pivot, or just join an internship with a random group and you fall in love with something and okay, I'm pivoting to this.
And the internship, I want you all to know, I got it pursue networking, right? Networking and
Tell them the story
Instagram
you told
and
me,
LinkedIn.
Sarah, and then we can jump over to Sonia. Tell them the story you told me.
Yeah, so because I know Samia is due on now, but basically, listen. So years ago, just like Nicole, I mean Nicole, I love you, but there are other people I admire, and Salian De La Casa, she's a Trini. She's based out in the Middle East, and I saw on Instagram having this Growing Leaders Foundation thing. So she was coming back down to Trinidad and was teaching kids, young people, leadership skills. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so amazing, and I asked her for some advice in terms of sponsorship and that kind of thing. How do you get these things off the ground? She met me at Starbucks, when she came down. So she came down to Trinidad. She agreed to meet up with me. Don't be afraid to ask. Hey, would you meet with me? The worst they could say is no. She said yes. I met up with her. And then years later, I kept following her, not asking for any, you know what I mean? It was just advice. Years later, she saw me on LinkedIn. She started a new company. She's a startup, Gleek, an AI company. That focuses on human skills, mentorship. I'm talking about a Trinidadian who is in the UAE, just had an AI startup. You'll hear what I say? Isn't that awesome? And she saw that I changed my LinkedIn status, right? I think they're selling old batteries. Anyways, you all know that. Trinities know that, right?
Caribbean.
Yeah, anyways, and she reached out to me. She's like, I see you changed your status. Are you looking for an internship in data science? I'm like, yes, I am. She's like, I'm looking for a data science intern. I'll have my tech guy interview you. No, you still have to do good in the interview, right, guys? But
you have to do your homework. You have to do your
That
homework.
gets you there. The networking that gets you the interview. So trust me, guys. As I know, for especially introverts, it's difficult. I know to come out of your shell, but just say, hey, I saw you on such and such. I admire your work. And that's it. Full stop. You never know what can come from that.
Keep connected. Absolutely. And Sarah is there going on about her age, starting her internship. So I'm hopeful. I'm over 55. Let's say that. Well over 55. And I'm starting a certification course, which is a 6-month certification course. So, when we talk about that continuous learning, I just think it's just like so important. And that's kind of like what's going on. So everywhere, right? Of course, trust me, believe me, even with the learning, Sarah, I was like, okay, let me see the ones I can actually afford to do. Let me start with the free ones. And then, eventually I found something that can work with my pocket to actually do it. So, yeah, and there's just so much, there's more that's out there looking for young people like yourselves to be involved and to be engaged in things than they're getting access to. I live in Geneva in Switzerland, and believe me, from people here, Caribbean, they're like, oh, you have, yeah, we want Caribbean people over here. Come. And we have such a dynamic opportunity for engagement with the African continent where, oh my God, talk about rock star in terms of technology and just so many different things in terms of women's economic empowerment, which is what I'm all about. So let me stop talking because I think we want to bring on Sonia now, right?
Yes. Hi, Sonia.
Thanks for having us.
So, you're muted.
That's like the typical thing that's been happening the past 2 years.
Hi, Sonia.
Awesome.
Thank you for coming. We're really grateful to have you.
Thanks for having me. I'm so happy to see what y'all have put together for today.
So, next we'll have the Juve. Yeah. So we'll have the Titi AP factory. So go ahead, Sonia.
Oh. Wait, let me just pull it up. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me just find it. Unless you have it up.
Tamino Technology and Animation Production Factory, or TAP Factory, launched on Wednesday, October 27th, 2021. This is the culmination of the vision of UTT's Camille Salvon Abrams, who is the founder and creative director of Anime Carib, and is also an advocate and promoter for the internationalization of Trinidad and Tobago's animation sector. Over the years, UTT has trained and certified over 250 graduates through its Bachelors of Fine Arts in Digital Media, with specializations in animation, music technology, and game art. And there are several local studios and individual freelancers that have secured international contracts for animation. In partnership with IDB Lab, Tap Factory will be a hub where animators can access the best technology and benefit from ongoing skills upgrades, marketing support, and international industry connections required to expand export. IDB Lab, the innovation lab of the IDB Group, has approved a grant for the University of Trinidad and Tobago to catalyze expansion of animation services. IDB Lab resources will be focused on developing and implementing a strategy to help secure commercial contracts, provide local animators with upskilling and retooling as new technologies emerge, facilitating collaboration between small-scale studios and freelancers to compete and secure international contracts, and positioning the Tap Factory as a competitive and sustainable business model. Hello from everyone at Tap Factory. This particular project was born from a request. We were asked by the IDB to come up with a fun and interactive display to show at an event this carnival. We came up with several ideas, but this one stood out. The whole idea was to have a virtual carnival experience, especially since the presence of COVID-19 restricted the amount of activities that could occur this year. So we did our research and looked into the best way to bring carnival to people virtually. I think I can speak for a lot of people when I say most of us find filters on social media to be fun and interesting. We had to consider what filters would be best. We didn't want to just bring the pretty mask alone and forget about the old-time mask. So we pulled out the archives and began searching for the old-time costumes that would be best suited to the filters. Some were not applicable because they didn't have a lot that would show up in the frame of a phone camera lens. So we decided to focus on the Blue Devil or Jab Malasi, the Baby Doll, and the Midnight Robber. We also decided to keep the pretty mask that everyone is familiar with.
The next phase was concept art. We had to take the traditional mask and design our own take on it that keeps the essence and history behind the characters while making it into something that can match any user that comes across our filters. Also, the pretty mask filter had to be conceptualized. We didn't want it to be a ripoff of any existing costumes, but it had to have the usual elements like feathers, beads, and glitter. I'd have to say the most challenging of the filters to conceptualize was the baby doll, because typically these characters are full body look, and one of their selling points is the literal baby doll that she carries around. So we used the history behind the baby doll character and pulled out elements of that to put on display. The Jab Jab or Blue Devil was the most interesting one for me to work on. It's such an outgoing and over-the-top character to portray. So it didn't need to be toned down or contained. It was meant to be outrageous and fun.
So to create our filters, we needed to consider the next step. We did some more research and found a software that would allow us to create augmented reality filters for Facebook and Instagram. It just so happens this is a free-to-use software called Spark AR. The software is quite intuitive and user-friendly. Spark AR has many learning videos and actually provides free certificates and courses. We did our research and found that there were many different approaches and what would work best for the outcome we wanted. Spark AR has several useful things that you can add to your filters like false eyelashes, lipstick, face paint, iris color changes, and much more. It also provides a face mesh to work on top of to build your filters. So we took this and got straight to work.
After we had our concepts and the software to build it, the next thing to do was to make the elements that needed to go into it. We made 3D models of several parts, such as the midnight rubber and baby doll hats, the horns of the blue devil, and every feather and bead of the pretty mouse. The 3D models, down to the little skulls that hang from the midnight rubber's hat, then had to be UV unwrapped. This is the process of taking a 3D object, cutting it open, and laying it out flat so that 2D image textures can be added to it. The resulting flat image is known as a UV map. Different types of texture maps could then be applied to the UV map to give the model color, depth, and roughness, for example, and make the model appear more realistic. All the textures for the 3D objects were made by us in the TAP team and varied from flat paintings that were wrapped around the three-dimensional models to give it color and texture so it doesn't appear smooth like plastic, as well as the use of normal maps, height maps, and roughness maps, among others, to give certain models more depth and realism, especially with how they react to light while being used in the app.
Since we wanted it to work on as many mobile devices as possible, we had to optimize the 3D models and textures for faster performance and loading time. After that, we added some animations to the filters so that when users turn their heads, the models will move along with them.
Once the filters were put into the software, they were published to the Tap Factory social media pages and ready to use. You can go to our Instagram page and try it out for yourselves. This is just a small sample of the infinite possibilities for ICT today. Thank you for having us with you today. On behalf of all of us at Tap Factory, tap into your potential today.
All right, that was amazing. I actually had a chance to use one of those filters and I absolutely loved it. Especially coming from the Bahamas, it was great to learn about, a little bit about Trini culture and all of that as well.
Yeah, it looks amazing. I unfortunately didn't have experience with it before, but looking at it now, I would definitely want to get involved and see how it looks because who doesn't love Carnival?
Exactly. Yeah, so that was one project that came from our Caribbean youth. I am excited to showcase another project from another set of talented, amazing Caribbean youth. So I'm going to introduce the ladies behind Period JA. All right, so this project composes of two lovely ladies. The first one is Sarah Cole from Kingston, Jamaica. Her first experience with STEM is via her prep school robotics club. She was only 10 years old when she started, and she had a love for computer science since she was 4 years old. She entered the Jam AI Code Fest hackathon at 18, and she was the team captain for the team, the Tech-Tators, which consisted of Amanda herself and another student. She's interested in AI, biometric systems, and ethics in technology, and will be pursuing a computer science degree at Howard University this fall. Congrats, girlfriend. She enjoys poetry, drinking coffee, and leisurely cooking in her free time. I love that, Sarah. So another person that was part of Period JA project, we have here Amanda Rodriguez, also from Jamaica, a queer, Black, STEM-loving, lock-wearing girl. Love that. At that awkward intersection between graduating high school and entering the semi-adulting world. I feel you. A deep passion for all things technology, she was inspired by her first ever computer science class at the tender age of 9. She was very bored by what was being taught and decided to branch out on her own to code, research, and explore. Since then, while her passions remain varied, cybersecurity and data science hold a true rusty key to her heart. Period Pride JA was born from the latter, but is only the first of many projects she's looking to undertake. Her island may be small, but her ambitions still run wild. I love that. So let's welcome the ladies from Period JA, Amanda and Sarah.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Welcome.
Hello.
So, Amanda, I don't think she'll be able to make it, so it will just be me.
No, awesome. Take it away, girl.
Okay, so our project is called Period Pride JA, and it's a very special project to Amanda and I. But like every special project, it started with an idea. So we entered Jamaica's first machine learning hackathon, as Sonia said, about 6 months ago in October of 2021. I was 18, but Amanda was 17. We were introduced to the hackathon from our information technology teacher, as she's always encouraging us to move past our boundaries and try something new. And so we did. I just like to note we were just average sixth form students with no background experience in machine learning at all, but we knew it was something we both had interest in. So for the hackathon, our project had to be based on the UN Sustainable Development Goals or the Jamaica Vision 2030. And our specific project encompasses the health goals and the quality education goals. So our idea, Period Pride JA, it's a machine learning model which takes questions based on menstruation, sex, or anything in that wide category and answers these questions. So I personally came up with this idea with Amanda because we both had a lot of knowledge on menstruation. I learned from reading books when I was younger because I wanted to learn more about my body. And Amanda listened to a podcast where someone developed a system to help pregnant Kenyan women. So we both thought that we were grateful for all the knowledge we had from our various resources, which we were privileged to even have. But we realized not a lot of people were as privileged as us to have these resources. We do not have sex education classes in Jamaica, and sex and menstruation are considered quite taboo topics. And we remember what it was like when we were younger and we were afraid to talk to our parents or older adults about what's happening in our bodies and just feeling in the dark about growing up and becoming a woman. So we decided for our project, we would use machine learning to create this chatbot, which would answer these questions. So how the model works, it was a very nice website, which we coded ourselves, and it would intake these questions and use key phrases in the question to categorize it. For example, if someone entered the question, how does one use a menstrual cup? The category would be under the broad category, menstruation products, and under the subcategory, menstrual cups. And basically, this would be connected to the backend database, which would be populated with responses to generic questions like this based on keywords, as I said before. And it would answer it in basically a paragraph or two, just condensing information about menstrual cups, how to use them, the pros and cons, just to, give this person more insight on what menstrual cups are. And these generic responses came from hours and hours of resourcing from both Amanda and I on trusted sources because we wanted our chatbot to become as knowledgeable as we could. And our research didn't just come from the internet. We had to collect data ourselves. We made surveys and distributed it to schoolmates, family, and friends. We we got some responses, but it was difficult because a machine learning model needs over 1,000 lines or records of data, and we got max about 200. So we had to scrape different social media platforms for keywords like sex, periods, and stuff like that. We scraped Reddit at first for period data, but we decided we needed more. So we scraped Twitter too, because Twitter is a very wide platform. And we also did the research ourselves and looked at multiple sources. So the coding of the machine learning model, that was probably the most difficult course because as we said before, we didn't really have any background information on machine learning. Amanda was the more skilled coder, and she still is. I'm not afraid to say that. And she kind of picked it up quickly because of her skill. She took classes, she took courses, and she just learned a lot of techniques. And we were able to finish our machine learning model in about 3 weeks, which was the whole hackathon took a month. So she finished it in 3 weeks. And it was very difficult. I remember being on calls with her all night and talking about how, she's struggling to do it, but she was very determined and she was trying. The accuracy of this model was important because if someone asked a question, we'd want them to get the best response in the shortest amount of time or the most accurate response as to not confuse them, because our target audience was young women and children. But it was kind of difficult because, as we said, we were beginners and we were novices. So to ensure the relevant data, we basically, it was trial and error, trying with the machine learning model, learning more, going on Stack Overflow, which was basically this community of coders, and asking questions or trying to find people who had similar questions to get the answers. And the more data we had, the more accurate the model would be. So we just had to keep going for data. And eventually our current model, it's not the most accurate, but it was accurate enough for the presentation, which allowed us to win the senior category for the hackathon. And we also, the machine learning model came on a website. So we had to sketch the general idea of the website, how we wanted it to look, how we wanted it to feel. We wanted it to have like a very feminine oriented feel. We designed it with a lot of pinks and with a lot of pastels. And even the cover of the website is actually a uterus, because we just wanted to go with that feel, and we wanted it to just be a friendly, comfortable space for young women, girls, or anyone who had a question about menstruation and sex to have that question answered and to be able to be comfortable with the information they're learning. So the website was designed with HTML, CSS, and Python, which we both had experience in those languages. But again, we learned more because through this project, research was what drove us to do more. And on the day we presented, we spoke to this. We spoke about our research. We spoke about our passion for just educating young women and children about their periods, about sex, about anything in between. And we just like to let young women and children know that it is normal. It's normal to be a woman. It's normal to have a body. It's normal to go through these things, to explore, to learn new stuff, to want to use contraceptives, to want to use different menstrual products. And it's just normal to have these questions. And thus we created this resource, which would be free of charge. So anyone at all, anyone with a question can have their question answered. They don't have to feel awkward about it. They don't have to feel awkward going to a person. They can just use it as if it's a search engine, and they would be free to have their question answered and just feel comfortable enough to learn more. And we did this just to destigmatize periods and sex, especially for women. Women are normally not seen to be talking about these things that affect us daily, that affect us, in many different ways from such a young age to as we grow older, it continues to affect us. So we just like to destigmatize periods and sex and anything in between, because as women and as women in tech, we need to support each other and we need to be there for each other. So yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That was amazing. And what you did was amazing because in the Caribbean, I don't understand why it's such a stigma or such a taboo topic, periods and women, because women exist. We need to talk about it, and we need to know more about our bodies. So, amazing project. Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, yeah, we would be moving on to our next address. It would be an interview with the Kim Manulu, which is my past lecturer at the University of the West Indies. She's amazing. Kim Manulu is a deputy chairman of the Board of Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, principal investigator of Caribbean ICT Research Program, senior lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Vice Chair of the Advisory Board for Network of Women for World Telecommunications Development Conference. She holds engineering degrees from MIT, University College, London, and is a licensed radio operator. Licensed. GMDS, short range and amateur. She conducts multidisciplinary action research on ICT for Good, with an emphasis on building the resilience of underserved population. As a keen advocate for gender equality for development, her works include the ITU ETC Report on Women, ICT, Emergency Telecommunications. She is a recipient of Teaching and Research Awards, sits on several committees and boards, has led several capacity building initiatives in ICT policy, regulations, development, applications, and use, all at normal, regional, international levels. And may I add, my personal mentor. Even though she may not know it, I still look up to her. Hi, Kim. Welcome.
Hello, Adiola.
Hi. How are you doing this morning?
Fine,
Thank you for
thanks.
joining us.
So happy to be here.
So, Dr. Manalu, let's get started. I prepared a couple questions for you. So, firstly, can you tell us about how you got into technology or engineering and what inspires your passion for this field?
Well, my story is very different from most, Adiola. Really, really different. I would say that to answer your question directly and succinctly, what got me into engineering is just from a child, I was always intrigued in how things work. It's just a very simple curiosity. That was really it. It was just a curiosity about how things work. But in my case, my curiosity was not limited to the mechanical workings of things, but extended to other things like how social systems work. Even as a child, I was curious. Um, and in terms of the passion, I guess I also had a curiosity not about how things work of themselves, but how things work together.
Yeah.
And so basically, that's it, I guess.
And that just led to where you're at now, which is, I mean, there's no doubt anyone could say you're at the top of your field. You're amazing. Everyone knows the name, Dr. Gilman.
You're funny.
No, I think that's true. I think a lot of persons know that you're where you're at. So I want to ask, can you tell us what the journey was like to get there? What the journey was like to get to this level where you're at now?
Sure. But I don't know if this is what you're expecting. I say that because my journey, Adiola, was very unconventional, right? Really, really unconventional. I I grew up in in St. Kitts, a small island small island neighbor. And when I was young, I I had no interest in school, to be honest. Um, I I had for my life, for the future in my life, all I saw really was that I'd be wearing bare feet. I'd be wearing no shoes. I'd be barefoot. I saw myself as having breeze, sea breeze preferably, blow in my face. I knew that I wanted German shepherds, which I'd always had as a child growing up, dogs. And the only other thing really was that I loved to learn. I loved to observe and learn, and I wanted to learn more and more and more. That's just who I was. And in St. Kitts, St. Kitts is it's 68 square miles, 35,000 people. At some point, I wanted to leave my beloved St. Kitts simply to consume more. I did not, as a child, as a teenager, really look beyond that. You know how there are people who, as a child, they are very regimented. You go to school and you study hard and you go to lessons and you work towards these academic goals and professional goals. That was simply not me at all. And I suspect that there might be others who, like me, simply do not have that in their DNA. I just wanted to learn more. And I recognized, though, when I was a teenager, that the only way I could do that from St. Kitts was to leave my beloved St. Kitts. And the only way to do that, in turn, was through the academic route. So I had to go to school, I had to go to university. So at the beginning of fifth form in St. Kitts, I decided to buckle down. My immediate target was to do well at O level, which is now CSEC, to do well at O level, and to be able to go to university purely because I wanted to go to another country and learn and be exposed to different cultures and so on. So I did very well in my O levels, having buckled down then, and that story itself it was interesting because I sat in a marijuana smoke filled room a couple nights a week, asking for the help of the a Rasta who taught math at the convent school, because I did not have a math teacher. And so I went through the past papers for math, and every time I encountered a topic that I was not familiar with, I'd ask him. He would teach me how to do it, and he would go back to smoking his marijuana with all his buddies. And so I did well in my CSEC, and a career advisor insisted that I apply to top tier universities. At first, I was offended because I thought that she wanted to set me up for failure because I had not dreamed of these things. But she insisted, apply to these particular schools. So I did. And I got in. I got into all of the universities I applied to. And I accepted, in the end, I accepted Yale. Excellent school, great school. I accepted Yale because my interests really were certainly multidisciplinary. I had no interest in being, an engineer at all. I love physics, but I also love poetry. I wrote poetry. I read poetry. Poetry was very much a part of who I was. So Yale was the obvious choice for me. Strong in science, strong in the arts. It was a school for me. So I accepted Yale. I rejected all of the other universities. And that night I had a nightmare. And the nightmare was, no, Yale is not the school for you. MIT is the school for you. So the next morning I got up and I called both universities and I asked if I could retract my responses, and they both agreed. So I went off to MIT to study physics. I did literature as my minor. So a major in physics was my intention, a major in physics, minor in literature. And I met this guy at a party, and he took me to his optics lab, and he showed me what electrical engineering was about, and that it was the application really of physics. And it was, electrical engineering, which to me was so mundane and boring and really unattractive. He showed me how electrical engineering is the application of physics, and the physics, of course, was something that I thought was very beautiful. So in my second year, I declared my major as electrical and computer engineering. I hopped from bachelor's to master's to PhD, not at all motivated by the academic journey, much more so by the social journey. I wanted to live in the US for an additional year for my master's, and then I wanted to move to London, and the only way to get there was through school. The reason I tell you this, Adiola, is that career paths are not the same for everyone. The journey, everybody's journey is different. My journey, I think the message in my journey is that I did not do any of the right things. I did none of the right things. My mind was nowhere where classically you would say that one's mind should be, where one's mind should be to end up in a career of devotion. So long story short, at the end of the day, I came back to Trinidad for 1 year just to have my bare feet, just to have breeze in my head, and etc. I came back to Trinidad for 1 year, and I was going to go back to Boston, where I had been offered a research and development post, which was, in those days, I don't know how it is now, but in those days, it was it was the apex of a career, is for somebody to come straight out of university and go straight into a research and development role. That's where most of us, except for those who wanted to do business, those of us in engineering, that was the apex. And I had the opportunity to go directly into a research and development role. I asked if they would give me a stay of execution, so that I could go back to Trinidad just for 1 year, do my open air stuff, open windows. So I came back to Trinidad. I worked as a lecturer at the University of the West Indies, electrical and computer engineering. And Adiola, I never left. For the first few years, I would go back to MIT, and I worked in a lab that I used to work as a undergraduate research opportunities program undergrad for money. As an undergrad, I did that. And so when I graduated and finished my PhD, I would go back to MIT and do this Europe, to this lab where I did my Europe. And but in Trinidad, I found a life that I really found was irresistible. I married, I had 3 children. And just to wrap it up, my journey, say that how I ended up where I am today is through a combination of serendipity, pure serendipity. Like one day, for example, Patrick Hussein, who you all know, Patrick had set up a program, a communication systems program at the master's level at UE. And one day he came to me and he said, Kim, I am leaving Trinidad, I'm leaving UE, I'm going to work in the US. Will you take over the coordination of the program? So without thinking, I said, yeah, sure, no problem. I'll figure it out as I go. So that was one thing, is serendipity, pure serendipity. And the other thing was the influence of people whom I really admired. One person in particular was Ken Julian. He was my head of department at UE at the time. And Prof. Julian was a wonderful mentor. He was silent and deadly. He was strong and powerful, but at the same time, as gentle as you could imagine. He mentored me in a remote way, just by being who he was. I had the opportunity to see a man who was very bright, but totally and entirely committed to Trinidad and Tobago and to the region. He showed me by his example what a life of service was, how one could find meaning. I mean, it sort of brings a little tear to my eye to remember, but how one could bring meaning to one's life through service to institution, to country, to region. And if you would allow me to give you one more example, when I was at MIT also, Derek Walcott had given, he's a Nobel laureate poet, St. Lucian born. He had given a reading at the Boston Public Library, and I saw it and I went, as I'm an undergraduate student, Derek Walcott in Boston, got to be there. And so I went to this reading, and he asked at the end of the reading, he asked if there were any requests. And I said, yes. And I told him which poem I wanted him to read for me, one of his poems, which is one of my most beloved poems. And he said he's sorry, he didn't have it on him at the time. But at the end of the readings, he ran up to me and he asked me if I would join him and some of his other students to go for a drink. And I said, of course. This is like, I died and went to heaven.
A dream.
Asking me. It was a dream come true. And he asked me what I was studying. This was my first year when I was planned to study physics. And I said, well, physics. And he said, what are you going to do with physics, in the Caribbean? And I said, well, I have no intention of going back to the Caribbean. Why would I go back to the Caribbean? I'm here, I'm here with all of this, and there is why would I go back? And he was very annoyed, and I was more annoyed. He would be so rude as to have an expectation that I personal me, individual me, would go back to the Caribbean and serve the Caribbean. That night, I wrote a very scathing poem about him, and his violation of my rights as a human to choose what I wanted to do. But I will tell you, Adiola, that many, many, many years later, he was right. Is that there is good and there is merit, there is joy and there is tremendous reward in serving, not serving yourself, but serving your environment, your institution, your country, your region. So Derek Walcott, Ken Julian, by happenstance, Patrick Hussein have had a very profound impact on who I have become today. I still have my German shepherds. I still walk barefoot. I still enjoy breeze in my head. But that's my journey, and everybody's journey is different. So there it is.
Well, Dr. Manulu, I know you said your journey was not what I expected. However, the entire theme of our presentation is progress, not perfection. And I think that regardless, it may not have sounded perfect, but it was definitely progress. and and definitely, I think that everyone in the Caribbean is thankful that you came back and never left. Even that 1 year that you were like, okay, I'll just go for 1 year. We're glad you didn't leave. We're glad because of all the amazing projects that came out of you being here. And wow.
I'm very
So,
glad I stayed.
Dr. Manulu, as you said, when you were going to apply for these schools, you thought, no, why would she even suggest those?
Yes.
What advice can you give to young persons that you were once yourself, who are afraid that maybe that's not a dream for me, maybe that's too big, maybe I'm reaching for the sky when I'm not there. So what advice can you give to young persons who feel that way, just as someone gave to you once?
Yeah, that's a great question, Adiola. I think that my first advice is to understand a little bit about how things work in the world, and there are always circumstances under which what you have is enough and more. I believe that. I believe that very strongly. I believe that the tradition, the tradition of what people want is not a bounding box. I believe that the traditional route of being very regimented into a single focused thing, there is a very strong tradition in Trinidad and Tobago, more so in Trinidad and Tobago than the rest of the Caribbean, to be very focused on your work, go to lessons. Many of our students go to lessons, and they end up getting scholarships, and they end up being the most obvious choices to be accepted into university. That's an easy way. It's an easy route, but it's certainly not the only route. So the advice I would give to everybody is to look within and find in you who you are, and see how it is that matches with what it is that you seek. If it is that you seek application to university, there is not only one route to university. If it is that you seek a life in service or a life in tech, there is not only one route. There are many, many routes, and there are many people, certainly in the Caribbean, who are willing and happy to help you along the way, to look at you, to help you look at yourself and say, but don't you see these awesome things about you? How could you have missed that? How could you have not understood that is so basic to what we need in the industry, what we need at the university? There is no single profile. So, it is to get out there, find a community of persons and organizations who can help you navigate by happenstance, by design, people and organizations who can help you navigate.
Thank you, Dr. Mal. I think this ties in perfectly with what we were speaking about before you came in. We were speaking about the importance of connection, the importance of mentorship, and having someone there that you can, not necessarily because you want something from them, but because it is important to be connected in our field and know what's going on. Tap into that human network. So that ties in perfectly with that.
Yeah, the network, Adiola, is important all around. I think that people often think that the decisions they make uh, should be motivated by their personal desires. You know, if I want to do this, then let me make connections to advance my journey in this. But it's much more. The networking is much more. It gives an opportunity for you to understand other things that you have never considered. You know that we run the Caribbean Communications for Development, CC for D. We run these informal fireside chats for students every Friday, 4 to 6. And I have learned so much. I have learned so much from hearing people, the students in particular, look at things in ways that I never have. So the community, making connections and actually being part and participating in a community is much, much more than what one would think of just building a route to a particular path. But it is a route to opening up the very, very, very many paths that are in front of you. And so that is also another point of advice, is to build that network so that you can hear, see, and experience the experiences and perceptions of others, perspectives of others that can
Absolutely.
open your mind. People think that technology, a journey or a career in technology, is about technology, and I would say that it's not. It is about how technology can be put to use for human good.
Yeah,
And
for the human experience.
the only way that tech can be put to good is if it is influenced and directed and shaped and formed by all manner of perspectives. I often speak of the need for artists, architects, poets, craftspersons, legal persons, um, even, God forbid, um, accountants. We need we need everybody in tech. The tech community cannot survive purely as the tradition of tech. Tech today is not what tech was years ago. So building that community of sort of para community of persons who have the remotest interest in tech, not just I know I want to be in tech, but persons who have the remotest interest in tech, but bring to tech any manner of expertise, any manner of interests and talents. That's what our tech community needs. So building that community is very important, not only to open up the horizons for persons wanting to build their network, but also for the network itself to benefit from everybody.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I know you're a firm believer in we all share this world and therefore we all need to contribute. And tech is how we contribute. So
Yes.
I completely agree. And this ties into my next question, which was what advice do you give to young women who feel that this space is not for them? This space is a male dominated field still today. They still think that. And for what advice do you give to those young women who are wanting to go into tech but they're afraid?
So the thing about fear and anxiety is that it's often a very personal, private thing. It's often that, and this goes across all contexts of fear insecurity, anxiety. You often feel that you are alone. And that of itself is the major barrier. So one of the first things I would say is seek out and find other persons who have traveled the path. Other persons, perhaps you don't want to go to somebody who looks very confident, because perhaps that is going to reinforce your faith. Perhaps you want to go to somebody who is approachable, somebody who you figure has had struggles, you know. But you should really, I think, allow yourself. Now, it's not that you have to be in tech, right? But you should allow yourself to explore enough to make a decision. Is this fear that I have? Are these insecurities and anxieties that I have, are they legitimate? That's I think that's the first step. Are these fears legitimate? And for me to explore if these fears are legitimate, let me speak to some folk who have traveled the journey, and speak to as many folk as possible. Speak to as many people, not only men, not only women, but also men. Speak to as many people as possible who come from different circumstances, who have different characters. There are many channels through which to do so. This one, for example, is a very important one. And we have, as you said, we have a responsibility both ways. We have a responsibility to draw women in, women who might not know that there are channels like this. You, Adiola, you have a responsibility for women in, to give them an opportunity to listen, to see, to learn, and to make their own decision. It's not a foregone conclusion that they should go into tech, but they should never, ever be want of the opportunity to explore whether tech is good for them. And let me tell you, you might be thinking that this applies to young people. It does not. It applies to all women. It applies to all women, women and girls. You mentioned that I am the vice chair of the advisory board for the World Telecommunication Development Conference. This is a conference that is held every 4 years by the International Telecommunication Union. And this is, at this conference, this is where basically the future of telecommunications is crafted, right, every 4 years. And at that level, at the highest level, International Telecommunication Union, the International Telecommunication Union is these events are hosted by the ITU, but their participants, the delegates, are representatives of all the countries around the world. So, in one sense, these are national representatives at the highest level. So, in one sense, this is the highest level of in the telecommunication industry. And I will tell you that the reason that we exist, this network of women for World Telecommunication Development Conference, the reason we exist is to facilitate for women at the highest level of engagement about telecommunications worldwide, to give them a route to leadership. These are women who are already leaders. And this is a pathway for them to go further. And how we do this is to provide the same sort of mentoring, the same sort of guidance that we are talking about here for girls and women at much earlier career stages and younger chronological ages. So what I'm saying to you is that the fears and anxieties about being women, fears and anxieties about all manner of insecurities do not stop at age 18 or 22. The issues get bigger. The insecurities very often don't go away. So we really need to have support systems right through from toddler, from toddler, which is why, of course, we need women in tech, so that toddlers don't grow up with toys that are men-centric, right?
Yes.
We need women in tech at every stage in tech, and every phase of the life cycle of tech, you know.
Yeah.
So there you have it.
Yeah, I think the number one theme is always having a support system, because that is what gets you through. I think that's even something that I learned at university level, is that you need a support system. Otherwise, you're going to feel isolated, and you're going to feel as though the world is really against you when somebody else will tell you, no, no, we're all going through that.
Yes.
So, yeah, that support system is number one advice, it seems like, to really get yourself through any sort of hardship, and support system that is actually relating to what you're going through. So,
To what you're going through. That's right. And you see, the thing is, Ideal, I think that we have a lot in the Caribbean. I'm so proud to be a Caribbean woman. And there are so many awesome, beautiful, strong, powerful, gentle, kind, gracious, generous women in tech in the Caribbean. We are not want for that at all. So there is a ready system of support that is there for the taking. It's a matter of reaching out.
definitely, definitely. So, Dr. Manalu, I would like to thank you so much for your time today. I know you're a very busy woman, but I'm thanking you so much for taking this time to come and join us today, Caribbean Tech Summit. Such an amazing. You can join us for the rest if you have the time. I'll send the link. Well, I'm sure you have the link. And so thank you so much. I will ask Rihanna to join me again as a host.
Take care. Bye-bye. And thanks for the opportunity. God bless.
Bye. Oh.
Hi,
Okay.
that was such a great interview. It was very in-depth. I enjoyed every moment of it.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're gonna move on to our panel discussion. And they're all gonna introduce themselves.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Okay, so good morning to our panelists. I think we're still waiting for some of them to join. Our guests, online participants, and other respective parties. Next, in our Youth Day celebration, we'll be having a panel discussion with some amazing speakers from our local Caribbean. These speakers are all respected personnel in the STEM field, and we have software engineers, mentors, lecturers, entrepreneurs, and other amazing people. So today's panels focuses on their experience in STEM as Caribbean women, and we'd like to learn more about their experiences abroad in their respective countries, how they found their place, and how they think the industry will improve in the future. So without further ado, I invite the panelists to introduce themselves. And Miss Rain Ramharik, I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong, you may go first.
Hi, good morning. Yes, my name is Rayan Ramharak, and I am currently an associate software engineer at Vertana Tech, and I work on robotic simulation technologies.
Sonia, you could go next. Oh, I can't hear you for some reason. I don't know if it's just me. Oh, you're muted.
No, girl, it's me. I'm always doing this. Oh man, I'm such a noob. Oh my gosh. And anyways, hi everyone. My name is Sonia Torrenberry, and I'm a software engineer at Nike at their European headquarters in the Netherlands. Outside of that, I'm very passionate about education and youth and all things STEM, and I love building impactful solutions that really helps society and people all around. Oh, now you're mute,
I
Sarah.
think you're mute, Sarah. I'm so sorry. Okay, that's very interesting. To begin, could you ladies just give us some background information on your experience with STEM, how you got into the field or the industry, and what inspired you to join this field?
Okay, I guess I'll go first.
Yes.
Okay, that was a lot of questions. Let me start. What inspired me to join the field? I think in STEM, STEM is about creation, I think. Well, I'm more in the robotics field and software development. So I think the ability to be able to provide the solution to a problem, fundamentally change the way things are done, whether it's, a small group of people like developing software for a company or making an app for the wider population or just helping set up small processes and systems within a business. It's a field where you can have a lot of impact, and I really like being able to see the impact of my work. So I think that's probably the main thing that inspired me to come to tech. Yeah.
Wow, that's
Samia, what about you?
inspiring.
Yeah, so for me, I actually didn't always want it to be in tech. I was really interested in biology, and I took my subjects in high school with the intent of being a doctor. So I took, the usual chemistry, physics, etc. And I guess my transition to tech slowly started because I didn't want to go be a doctor, but instead I wanted to get into biomedical engineering because I just loved the art of creating prosthetics, fake organs, etc., and just having it integrate into a human body, but also because it's using technology and all of those things. And from there, I ended up going actually straight into pure technology. I really liked being hands-on with whatever it is that I was doing, and so I took electronics and telecommunications in college. And from there, I just loved building solutions, creating something that actually serves purpose. And that's actually how how I went into software, because it's just the value that I add with the stuff that I create. So that was pretty much my little journey into where I am today. But I did not always want it to be into tech. I remember my first semester in college, I absolutely hated the algorithms and data structure class. Like, it was just so difficult for me. So it wasn't something that was always easy to get into, but I knew I kind of liked it or wanted to do something in that sphere.
Oh, thank you for your response. I noticed both of you talked about creation, and I think in the STEM field, it's important to just be very creative and love to create and learn more and explore more because, as Ms. Patterson said earlier, we're always learning. It's a continuous learning cycle. And I noticed two other panelists have joined, so could you guys briefly introduce yourselves?
Thank you. If I can go ahead. First of all, Sarah, it's Nicole. It's not Miss Patterson.
Yes, Nicole.
Definitely, it's Nicole. So really great to be here. I am Nicole Patterson. I am the co-founder and director of Caribbean Girls Hack, which is a project of She Leads IT, an NGO registered in Barbados. My field is economic and international development with a focus on women's economic empowerment, which I've been doing for the past years, right? You notice that? That was good, right? Not too bad. Almost like an animation. And so really happy to be part of this expanded community of women in technology across the Caribbean that was started up by, the work that Women Tech Makers is doing, led by Maria and LaShawn and others, and Women in Tech Caribbean with Sonia and Janika. Caribbean Girls Hack was created by myself and a colleague, Bridget Lewis, who is also the co-founder. And we have really focused in on, a couple of years now of doing hackathons. We're not doing the hackathon this year, but doing a hackathon because the idea was about positioning, just as you were saying, Sarah, young women to bridge that digital divide across the Caribbean region as content creators, so creating your own content, whether it's apps or like, some of the amazing work that Sonia does with AI. And as you were saying, there's Sonia, if I can divert just a bit, Sarah, I saw something this week about 3D skin and 3D blood cells being created. I was like, wait, what? How? But as we mentioned in a session earlier, it's a continuous learning. So I'm really happy to be here and a part of this amazing work that we're doing to inspire and be inspired by young ladies like yourself, Sarah and Adiola and Rihanna and some of the other young ladies that will be coming up. And just want to say, let's just continue to be working together, because in working together, this is how we can really further all that we're trying to do, and as well, using the virtual as much as we can to take advantage of us being in so many different places. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Regina Haraxi, and really happy to be here on this panel as well. I'm a human geneticist and I'm a lecturer in biotechnology at UWI. And my work really focuses at the intersection of sort of understanding fundamental things about how living organisms work, in particular, how the information in the genome of an individual corresponds to what they turn out to be like. But to do that, we use a lot of different technologies. And I liked what I've been hearing so far. A lot of you said that, being in technology, you find that you have to do a lot of creation. And I think a lot of people don't realize that in science, there is a lot of room for creativity. It's not as straightforward as when you learn it in school, like, how it's taught in secondary school and so on. There's so much to be creative about. And in particular, I like the area that I work in, because there's this real nice marriage between asking fundamental questions about how things work, as well as then developing technology to probe that even further, and then being able to find out more deeply how things work, right? So technology and science always go hand in hand in that way, in that you're using the technology to see deeper. And we're now able to really answer some really fundamental questions about what makes us human, for example. So I'm really pleased to be here today, and would love to chat with you guys more about, how we can get more girls involved in this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I know some of you went abroad to study STEM or find your place in the STEM world, while most of you stayed at home. So I'd just like you to each tell me about your personal experiences, about how you found your place in either a foreign crowd or in your local crowd, because as you said, as we know, STEM is a male-dominated field. So how did you transform the field into something that you feel comfortable growing and exploring more?
So maybe I can start. So I actually went to Poland for university, out of all places, Eastern Europe, and definitely different than what I'm used to in the Bahamas. Many reasons kind of influenced this decision, but it's one decision that I do not regret whatsoever. Of course, naturally, there were some hurdles, right? So culture shock, weather, just so many different things amongst being an immigrant in a predominantly white country, and just maneuvering and trying to find your way in a foreign country. So definitely a lot of things to consider. But to answer your question, I had to remind myself that I am worthy of being here. I have every right to be here. And basically just, I don't want to say like proving yourself, because you don't have anything to prove, right? Because like I said, you're worthy to be there. So the only person you should be proving yourself, just basically utilizing the opportunities that were granted in another country, because we didn't have that many tech opportunities back home in the Bahamas, but just utilizing opportunities in other countries and using the knowledge and experience that I gained from there to help facilitate things back home as well. So that would be my answer.
Yeah, if I can just jump in behind Sonia, I think one thing that I bring to the table as well, in terms of, because I am now overseas, I live in Switzerland, but this is where, from here is where, with another colleague, I started Caribbean Girls Hack in the Caribbean, right? So the fact that you may not necessarily be in the physical space, with this virtual world, we have so much more that we can do. What's also very interesting, as I'm not a woman in tech, so I don't know, well, I'm not a technology woman. How do I say that, Sonia, right? Because my background, my field is in economic development. And as I said, my focus is on how I can bring what expertise that I have on women's empowerment and on development to actually facilitate and open doors for programs that I have seen that are in different parts of the world, to connect that with our tech, either NGOs or schools or programs. So, and I have to say that the Women in Tech group Caribbean group especially, has been so warm, and not just warm, but kind of expansive in thinking, right, Sonia? Because this is what Janika has said, is that we it's not only going to be those who are, like dealing with the genome issues, like what Dr. Rajni is speaking about, but those of us like myself who are coming more from the development side of things. So what are some of the things that I think are so interesting that can come out in terms of being in another country, and it's just thinking of how we can make the connections back with, and not just back, but to integrate what's going on in our countries and in our region with the opportunities that are, that we come across. So whether or not it's connecting people to do a workshop in India or to do a workshop in Kenya, even though they are at another location, I mean, the things that we just have to realize that people are, and this is one of the great things that we have with Instagram, that by sharing that, you never know who across the region who's going to be looking at it, and then they can, pursue that opportunity. And I would say also that, there are challenges, yes, because I'm here in Switzerland for quite a few years and still learning French, which is really bad. But, you got to keep the continuous learning and really just bring all the different aspects of what we have to bring together and network.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with what Sonia and Nicole have said so far, and I think the networking is especially important. But I did so I grew up in Trinidad, but I did my undergrad, master's, PhD, and postdoc in the U.S. at various institutions, and then I moved back home. And I think some of the biggest learnings for me were, one, that when you go abroad to study, you're really, especially depending on the place that you go, you're really trying to learn about how other people tackle the same kinds of problems that you do, right? So in the Caribbean, we can be sometimes quite sheltered. We can be sometimes a little bit, we think in a certain way. And so it's important to expose ourselves to how other people think about the same kinds of problems that face humanity, but they may approach it in entirely different ways. I think the other thing that was really important for me is it was a chance to grow up and a chance to really kind of become independent in my own thinking that you may not necessarily have when you're sort of at home and in a very comfortable environment. Discomfort always forces us to be innovative and creative and really sort of test who we are. And then the last thing I wanted to say was that, sometimes we go abroad thinking, okay, we're going abroad to gain all of this experience and bring it back home, which of course is important. But I also think it's important for us to flip that perspective and think about what can we bring to wherever we go. So while I was at some of these various institutions, that question is always on my mind. Like, what does me being here, what can I contribute to make this place what it is? So I think it goes both ways in terms of that exchange. And yeah, I mean, for me, it was always my dream to come back home and to bring back some of this. But I think in doing so, we now have connections, or I now have connections all over the world, which makes it so much easier to to facilitate the kind of work that Nicole is talking about, where you see problems and solutions being solved in one way in one part of the world, and figuring out how you can translate that to your local context. And I think that connection is really vital for us to be able to think about solving some of the issues that we have to deal with.
Yeah, that's so well said. If I can just touch on some of what Rajni said, Sarah, it's no longer really about assimilating into another context, but rather bringing what it is that you have from your context to enrich it, right? Because as we said in one of the earlier discussions today as well, even with intergenerational learning, that there is a lot that it's not only young people who can learn from older people, but most definitely older people who can learn from younger people, and also intersectional across fields and across different contexts and that kind of thing as well. So back over to you, Sarah, and I'm just so excited and so proud of what you've done with Period Pride, to really want to share it with a lot of, for instance, like there's one NGO group that I know in Kenya, and I know they would be like super excited to see what you guys have created.
Thank you so much. I don't believe Ryan got a chance to answer, so can you go ahead?
Hi. Yeah, so actually, I think I would consider myself pretty fresh and new in this space with respect to having experience in foreign. I have actually never traveled abroad yet. I only have my BSc in computer science right here in the University of the West Indies. So I am looking to make the next steps to get my master's probably in a foreign university. But I think I've been fortunate enough to have experience getting my BSc locally and working in a robotics company that is local, because Vertana's whole mission is to try to develop Trinidad as a core area that could hold its own in the robotics ecosystem. So that's where I am at right now. I'm looking to make those steps that you all have just spoke about and just made. So definitely keep the perspective in mind that, it's not just about assimilation, but taking what I have to bring to there. And I never really thought about it like that. So I'll keep that in mind.
Rayan, you probably also have a lot of experience on the internet, which is already taking you quite far in terms of, global exposure. So having, just because you haven't traveled abroad physically doesn't mean that you don't have some of that perspective already. So I think that's important to remember as well. The technology of the internet just really allows us to experience other things and experience other places, even if we can't physically be there, and where the entire world is doing that right now because of COVID, right? So
yeah.
So I don't think you need to sell yourself short there. That's
don't. And Ryan, I'm a UA graduate. I won't tell you how many years ago. Sonia, are you laughing at me?
You're hilarious, Nicole.
You're not laughing at me. Definitely, and look at the rich kind of like student body that you have from so many countries now that are coming to you. I mean, it's just incredible. So, and as you said, Rajni, it's like the being somewhere else, because I feel like I'm in Trinidad right now for today with this the session that we're doing. It just that alone gives you that very virtual sense of being in another context and bringing what it is you definitely have, Brianna, to the table. Because can I tell you, if the event is happening in, like some could tell you, if the event is happening in Poland and a Caribbean person is not there, they're missing out on the Caribbean, right? Only you can bring the perspective of your context and your country and look at it always one of the things that I try to do is look at it always in terms of not that there is a first world, second world, third world context, but just that different development is at different stages. And, and that's what all enriches it. And when you see also the truth and reality of it is that in the absence of maybe creature comforts and that kind of thing, that's what really spurs innovation.
Yeah.
Back over to you, Sarah.
Okay, I love these interesting discussions that we're having so far. So my next question kind of relates to each of us coming from, oh, most of you come from Trinidad, but I just like to know if there's anything from your respective country's culture which you use to drive you through this current career path. For example, in Jamaica, we kind of believe in standing out no matter where we are, even though we're from a small country. We try to make it known that we're from Jamaica and we're kind of very prideful. And I think I'll be using that when I go to university abroad next year, just to keep me steady and keep my head strong and just to keep my confidence while I'm in this foreign experience. So I'd like to know if there's anything from your cultures that you use to just keep you grounded.
So in the Bahamas, we're very. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so in the Bahamas, we're usually like more big on certain industries as careers. So we have a lot of people in tourism, banking, accountants, the usual Caribbean careers, I would say. And I've always been a bit stubborn in the sense that I don't like to do what everyone else is doing. So that really fueled the fact that I wanted to go into engineering, into tech, something that's really, lo and behold, unseen back home in the Bahamas. But that's kind of what propelled me into, I guess, that direction. But I think as a country, we're very much together. Like, I feel as though whenever people see another person from the Bahamas doing big things abroad, it's like togetherness, right? So people are gonna applaud you and people are there for you. So I think just having your country support and people there for you really does help and motivate you, even when you're doing something that's completely different than the norm.
I really like that.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I really resonate with that because I feel like we have untapped potential, especially in the tech field in the Caribbean. And some people just shy away from it. They're like, why would you do a computer science degree if we don't have big companies doing tech things? But it's like, it feels like it's up to us to do it. It's only when people actually do those degrees and have those skills that we could have people down here developing software. We could have people down here designing websites and doing process automation stuff. So I think that's a really big thing that probably propelled me here is taking the untapped potential and turning it into an opportunity. It feels like we are the people in this space now. And again, circling back to my main thing being in tech is that you can have a really big impact if there's a lot of untapped potential.
And you're pioneering that industry, because you're one of the first, almost. Exactly. Kind of, yeah. Especially of this new world, right?
Yeah. And then the other thing tied in with that too. Sorry, Ranjani, but just one quick thing on the other thing that's tied in with both what Rihanna and Sonia have said is the what I think that's just so amazing. I've seen some of the CGH ambassadors doing and other young ladies doing is that they have the best of all worlds. They're living in Jamaica, they're living in Barbados, they're living in Trinidad. One person is living in Trinidad, working in Barcelona. Another person is living in Trinidad, working in California, virtually. So, and you know what that also means? That means, you see those negotiation skills in terms of your salaries that you're getting, you get that much more spending power because the truth of it is that you're not this voracious consumption. That's a part of this, the other, living in the United States, living in the UK kind of thing. But as well, you are part of what they call it the fourth industrial revolution, right? You're in the new world of work. So you're living in one place, you're interacting with people in a workplace that's in a different context, in a totally different setting, right? And this is what's so dynamic and interesting to see from the development side of things, is that the workplace now is a workplace that is like a quilt, right? Of people from so many different places, so many different time zones, all of that kind of thing. Is just really, really a very rich environment. Over to you, Rajni.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on what Rayan said, which was that, people, even at UV, we try to make sure that all our course offerings and so on are extremely cutting edge. But then there's always pushback, right? Especially from the funders and so on, because they're saying you're graduating these people and don't have jobs for them in these countries. But so what is my response? Because just as Rayan said, if you train people in these cutting edge fields, then they are going to go and use that technology. They're going to go and use that knowledge and actually solve the problems that you have in a very different way than how it's being done before. And I think that would then create those industries, right? So even within, for example, biotech, almost all of the COVID testing and so on that's happening in Trinidad, both in the public sector and the private sector, is fueled by our graduates. Companies like Vertana, where Rayan is working, they're actually working with some huge tech companies around the world, helping them solve their problems, right? With our engineers sitting right here in Trinidad. So, I mean, this is going to be a natural evolution of training people in cutting edge fields. But I think it's extremely important that regardless of where we are, and we're sitting here in the Caribbean, we have to keep up, right? You have to know what's happening around the world, what are the trends. You have to be well informed, and you have to make sure that you are performing at that cutting edge. And it doesn't matter where you're from, you can do that anywhere. But as long as you're world class, who cares where you sit in the world, right? Jamaicans know that, right? People, and the other thing is what Sonia was saying about coming back to the question that Sarah asked a little earlier. What was it about our culture that kept us grounded when you're abroad? And I have to forget with Sonia. It's about the togetherness, I think. So Caribbean people, wherever they go, they find each other. I remember being at MIT as an undergrad, and the thing that really helped us feel comfortable there was the Caribbean community, and and the social aspect of it. And of course, everybody loves a Caribbean party, so we used to throw the best parties, and that always brought so many people from so many countries into this one, community, and that really helped us make these deep connections with people from all over the world. That wasn't just someone, it wasn't someone in your class. We became friends, we became close that way because of this kind of feeling of togetherness that we have. And that's actually, not something I've seen in a lot of other countries where people tend to stay separate, stay independent, they do things on their own. And that's very different to our culture here. So I think that was one of the main things that helped us stay grounded.
Yeah, maybe because we're small, right? So
maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
or maybe because our food is so good.
And our food. I thought when you were going to say about the parties, I thought you were also going to say the music and the food. Because it's like me being here in Geneva now. Everybody's like, somebody sent a picture this morning of like a whole Jamaican breakfast kind of thing, and a couple of us wrote back and said, "Who's cooking it? Who's cooking it? I'm coming. What time? What time?" That kind of thing. But that I think that's happening, that has happened before, and I think that's happening more and more, that people are, exactly as Andre says, the togetherness, seeing the Caribbean, that you are a part of that Caribbean region, which I think around the world And even if you are in Jamaica or in Trinidad, Rian, and you're engaging with somebody somewhere else, and they're like, "Oh, wow, you're from the Caribbean. We've never had somebody here from the Caribbean before," that kind of thing. And then you bring your additional, country flavor as well.
Right. Excellent responses, guys. I just love to hear about the togetherness. And speaking of togetherness, I believe as the Caribbean and as Caribbean women, we have this kind of responsibility to bring up the youth, bring up those coming after us, and just to help them like make their way in this industry. But I just wanted to ask, in your opinion, what do you think is our collective biggest obstacle in raising more youth and more women into the STEM industry, or into, for example, economics industry, or any male dominated industry as Caribbean people from such a small background?
What you say about small background?
As in, we're much smaller than everyone else.
Not when you take all of us together as one big Caribbean region.
We're not that small, actually. Together, agreed.
You know how it is, right, Sarah? Look about with Talawan. I mean,
Yes,
look, you
right.
see the places where you see Jamaica or Bahamas, or you're like, what are they doing here? Kind of thing. You know what? One of the biggest things I would say, if I can jump in to start that discussion on what are the obstacles, mindset, right? You see, if you approach something from the mindset that, no, I have something to share, and I'm going to be here, and I'm going to be heard, and I'm going to say it. And if you're not hearing me in this medium, I'm going to, there's another medium, I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. It's the mindset. Because yes, the reality is, I mean, if I tell you I'm sure we all have stories that we can share, right? But like one of my experiences, so I started out working in sort of like the architecture construction field as a project manager, and and that was in America. It was in Boston, similar to where you were there, Rajni, with MIT. And and this is both Black and white Americans, right? And male dominated, very male dominated. The meeting takes place. I'm sitting at the head of the conference table. That was in the days of going to conference table meeting, right? Going to meeting with a conference table. I'm sitting at the head of the conference table. My supervisor is to my right, just to say, "Hey, yeah, great, let's get kicked off," and that kind of stuff. And the guy who is the architect, who is going to be leading the project, he's like, well, clearly, like, this young girl who is here. Yeah, I was young. She must be here for like coffee or the notes or something, right? And then my supervisor, he picked up the switch one time. So he was just like, "Okay, watch me and this guy." And then he said what he had to say, and the guy was giving all the attention to him. And then he was just like, "All right, bye, Nicole." I just flashed. The guy was like, "Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah." I'm like, okay. So the thing is, mindset, I think one of the things is that as women, we are going to find other women that may think, "Boy, you need to know your place, you need to stay in the background," and that kind of stuff. And I tell you, my area is women's economic empowerment, right? Because I think by being economically empowered, you realize that you have an avenue to change and create in terms of what it is that you are going to be contributing to. But at the same time, also too, yeah, you are going to get up against those mindset of, of a lot of a male dominated environment that say, "Well, you're not supposed to be here." Can I tell you what I would say to you? Don't even listen. It's not even white noise. It's just shh in the background, right? We don't even have to listen to it, because it's not, as you were saying earlier, Sonia, it's not about proving to somebody else to validate why you're there, but knowing that you want to work on X or you want to work on Y. And I think one of the things that is so important in terms of mindset also, you're not doing it for yourself, no matter what you're doing. Remember that you're doing it, and you must be opening doors for others, as well as for whatever it is the mission that you're working on or the area that you're studying. Okay, so that's what I would say, the mindset. And just realize also too that how you carry yourself can impact on people having a different optic of how you operate. You know, where she come from, such a small country, where she going on like she's somebody important, because she's a human being. So voila, that's it.
I absolutely agree with you. I think the mindset is huge, and how you carry yourself, and knowing that you are worthy of sharing something, that you have something important to say. You just have to show up and do it, right? I would say, in my experience, I really don't feel like I've had too many experiences where I felt like I shouldn't be here. I was both a math student and a biology student. So in math, there were like very few women, and in biology, there were a lot of women. Biology is actually a female-dominated science, which is different from many of the others, right? But I think the thing that I didn't really pay attention to that male-female ratio too much, because I was there because I was genuinely curious and I wanted to learn this stuff, and I was good at it, and I knew I was good at it, and I had something to contribute. And I think mindset, confidence, and most importantly, just genuine curiosity about whatever it is that you're trying to study or investigate. And if you have some mission that you're trying to solve, some problem that you're trying to solve, you just kind of have to follow it where it goes. And whoever's around, male or female, they can be allies or they can be challenges to deal with. But I think staying humble, staying open, staying willing to learn, and really just having confidence in yourself that you can do this is all it really takes. But in terms of mindset, Nicole also mentioned, Nicole mentioned mindset, but I think it's not just your own mindset. I do think something that a lot of young people have to battle with is the mindset of their parents, especially in choosing, the next step. And our culture is a bit, antiquated in the sense that a lot of parents want their children to be just doctors or engineers, which are noble fields, but they're not necessarily open to the idea of other areas, even within science and technology, right? I have a lot of people in biotechnology, for example, and their parents still want them to be a doctor, even though we keep telling them that, biotechnologists are the ones who make all the diagnostics and therapeutics that the doctors then use, right? And you can still have a huge impact on medicine without actually being a doctor. I can't tell you how many times I say that to people, but so I do think the mindset of the parents is something that is a challenge, and that's changing as the media constantly is highlighting tech billionaires and the kinds of things that they can do, and we're seeing a lot more just exposure of some of these really important and impactful projects that people are doing across the world that are not in those traditional fields. I think that's going to change, but I do think it is still a struggle. And I think also girls have a tendency to want to please their parents, girls and boys, and that is definitely something that we have to think about. So we have to make sure that we're exposing our young people to all of the opportunities that exist, and also helping them to navigate some of those difficult conversations that they're having with their parents or other elders in their realm who may be kind of pushing them towards more traditional areas, even if that's not what they want to do.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Anything from Ryan or Sonia?
No, I totally agree with what both ladies before me said. It's really important to have tunnel vision on your goal, right? To really be goal oriented and be relentless in achieving it, right? We can't just sit here and wait for, the government to give us an opportunity, or, we have to create the opportunities ourselves, any means necessary.
Oh my God,
it's really
I'm so glad to hear you say that.
So it's really just about being relentless, right? If the guys are gonna move that way, so shall we. So shall we. So it's all about creating your own opportunities.
But I think also to Ryan, please jump in. I think also too, one of the things is, just these kind of fora where we can share in terms of what's going on that's out there. As you were saying, Rajni, there was a young miss that had done the one of the CGH connected training tech activities, and she said, well, Nicole, I want to do medicine, but yeah, if not, I'll be biotech. I'm like, wait a second. You know that biotech make way more money than medicine? Really? I'm like, hello, of course. Absolutely. And then the other thing, so I'm sure that I'm the oldest on this panel. So I have the place that I can say it. The parents don't know the jobs of the future. Okay? From all of the analysis in development economics, the jobs of the future, the jobs of the next 10 years, even 5 years. We don't know what those jobs are going to be as yet. And most certainly, your parents don't know. Okay? And I mean, I have to be open-minded also too, I have one daughter that's done film production, another daughter that's in economic development and social impact and that kind of thing. But I mean, like my older daughter, she's a crypto manager. I'm like, what?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ryan.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to basically agree with you all. I think that circling back to Sarah's original question with like your largest obstacle, I think I would say two things. It's your exposure and finding your passion. So when I was in high school, choosing, that time where you feel like, oh my gosh, the biggest decision in front of me is choosing a degree, because whatever degree I'll get is it that will dictate the job I'm gonna get after, and I'm gonna stay in that job for like 20 years because that's how it used to be, right? And I feel like when I was in high school, unfortunately, I barely had any outside exposure to tech and women in STEM and girls in ICT and all those events and conferences. So maybe I'll juxtapose myself by being on a panel right now, but I think we need more panels and more conferences and more events like this, because that's when people see, oh my God, there are women in the Caribbean being girl bosses, absolutely killing the game out here, doing all of these things, all these founders, all these CEOs. Just if somebody just went on the IWD website and saw the lineup of the people who have spoken so far and will speak, it's so inspiring. And I think having that exposure could really help people know that you can make a name for yourself in this field. Because when I was in high school, I would have never thought that I would be working in a robotics company doing the things that I'm doing now. It's still crazy right now being in the company that I am in. So I think exposure is really big. And the second thing would be your passion. I think that because our field is so big, it's such an interdisciplinary place that it has so many things. Just in robotics, there are so many things that you could build your foundational knowledge in, dabble in, feel like you want to become an expert in this one niche. So I think finding your passion is like a really good way to help propel yourself, as Sonia said, being goal oriented, being relentless and driven. If you find your passion and you follow that, there's no way you won't succeed in this field. So I think those are the two big obstacles and the ways to overcome it.
Excellent. Fully agree.
Okay, so I love that discussion a while ago about passion, mindset, and your own drive and exposure. And I believe exposure is especially important because, like Samia, I come from a country where we don't have a lot of STEM role models, especially for women in technology. In Jamaica, the parents are very traditional. It's either a lawyer or a doctor. We don't even have engineer in the mix. So when I told like my family members that I want to go into computer science, I know most of them were very confused because my mother is a lawyer, so everyone just assumes she's going to be a lawyer. She's just going to do that. So when I didn't, it's just like I broke the status quo and everyone's confused and everyone's just like, oh, how will you go anywhere with that? But I feel like they're more open-minded now, especially with COVID. We've seen how technology and computer science is very beneficial and will mold the future. So on that note, I'd just like to ask each of you ladies what really inspires you, what keeps you going, especially in this field. I know Nicole loves to inspire other girls and gives back. So I want to know, is there anything like that that inspires you guys to give back and pave the way for the future?
For me, I always think about what I didn't have growing up in high school. Like it was mentioned, like we didn't have all these mentors or this knowledge. I mean, I went into university knowing nothing about anything. I just knew I liked doing stuff with my hands and technology. Okay, electronics, good. But that's just such a small like pin in the haystack of needles, right? Because it's so much more. So I told myself that I will not let the next generation feel the way that I did, because I want them to be aware and educated and to really know what's going on, right? Because when you know more, you do more, is how I feel. So that really does motivate me, along with the overall social impact. I feel as though if we want to progress as a country, it's a community effort, right? We have to uplift our brothers and sisters and ensure that we together are moving in the right direction as a country. So I think the social impact of it all is really what drives me to really get into nonprofits and to really work with the youth, especially.
I like that. I would also say that probably what inspires me is, aside from the impact that you could have, would be the oh man, I was thinking about what Sonia said and now I forgot what I was gonna say.
Hey, we'll circle back to you.
Yeah, somebody answer before me.
No, I say
Okay,
we'll circle back to you.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go. So I agree with what Sonia said about the social impact, but for me, I think one of the things that really does drive me is this idea that I have the capability, and not just me, everyone has the capability of solving our own problems. And in the Caribbean, we have this, I would say, remnant of colonialism where we're always looking outside for the solution or outside for the expert. And I really don't like that. And so I think one of the biggest roles that I have as a university lecturer and as well as just a practicing scientist is to really, by example, show people that no, we don't need to look outside for those expertise. You yourself can have those expertise. You yourself can find, you're in the best position to find the solution to your own problem. As long as you stay open, as long as you expose yourself to all the possibilities that are out there, as long as you continuously, learn and grow and all of this, we can solve our own problems. And I think for me, that really is one of the biggest drivers of me doing what I'm doing. I'm in the field of genomics. You see in biology a lot of research and so on. It's always done on populations outside of our context. And a lot of those results don't necessarily translate to our populations. And so I'm really focused on taking a lot of that technology and applying it to specifically our populations so that we too can benefit from all of these amazing technological revolutions that are happening elsewhere. So I think that for me is one of the biggest driving factors, that we are empowered to solve our own problems.
I like that. I remembered my point as well. As you said, not trying to break the status quo of people thinking that they have to, the only way you can make it in some of your fields and some of your passions is if you go abroad. But like really paving your way down here is, I don't know, I feel that it brings so much fulfillment to be able to say that, you're contributing to your country and in the way that you can, in this unique way that you can. So I'd say being able, the possibility of being a pioneer in your own country is really inspiring. And that unknown element in our field, like things change so rapidly in tech. So just the unknown that, hey, look where I was 3 years ago. If I told myself, you're working at a robotics company, and me 3 years later, I'm probably gonna be telling myself something totally different. And like, yo, you
Yeah.
started this company, or now you're doing this thing. Just that unknown aspect and that ever changing aspect of tech is really inspiring.
Thanks for that. That's such a great word to end on, Ryan. And the other thing that I'd want to add, Sarah, is that it's very clear that our career paths and are not linear. No longer are they linear, right? So it's not like, oh, well, Rianne can't do this because she's just starting, in a sector and maybe she's only been there for 3 years. That's foolishness. There is a lot that can be learned, as I said, intergenerationally. The other thing, your development and your career path and that kind of thing is not linear. Don't only, even though we're saying be laser focused on what it is that you're going to be doing, realize that there are also opportunities for you to share across as you're developing that, and really interrogate. And when I say network, read a lot, get engaged. I mean, I think this is one of some of the amazing things Sarah is talking about, that continuous learners, as we were saying earlier. But interrogate and really kind of see what it is you can pull from somewhere else that can maybe be part of what you're trying to develop in your country. And also, the other thing I would say, share what it is you're doing, because I'm telling you, there's a young man who has created a company doing vegetables. Taking what we know as basic vegetables, yam, sweet potato, and that kind of stuff, and he's made them into pastas. You may know of the company Rajni in Trinidad, right? And what does he hit the market? The market is like, wait, all of this stuff is gluten-free. And like everybody needs gluten-free stuff now because we know of all the, preservatives that we have in our food. We have it. We have the talent right there in our country. So share what it is you're doing also.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Unfortunately, we are out of time and I have to wrap this up right now. But I just like to say thank you so much to each and every one of you. Y'all are so inspiring, and I'm sure many people have taken a lot away from this panel discussion, especially me. I'm inspired by each and every one of you, and I'm so grateful to be in your presence and to talk to each of you right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us. It's so great to connect with all of you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and awesome work with Period Pride. Great to meet everybody, and I'll definitely be reaching out to everybody. For sure.
Same.
Yeah, nice to meet all of you.
Bye.
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 Thank you, Sarah, for leading such a great panel discussion. Our next event item is an online safety workshop from Maria O'Brien, who is a Google Woman Tech Makers ambassador. Hi, Maria.
Hi, guys. So impressed with what you guys have been doing so far. You guys are totally rocking this. Just want to say
Yeah.
we are all having a
we gotta have them every year now.
Yeah, we might have to give you guys your own week. Like this is great. So congratulations. So I'm going to go straight into it. Just give me a second. So this online training is a training that was introduced to the Google Women Tech Makers program by Rana Abdulhamid. She is a world leader when it comes to diversity and inclusion, and she's doing some really dynamic things with Malika, which is the name of their organization, and they really focus on keeping women safe. So, with no further ado, we're going to dive into it. So, this woman's online safety training, and I like to reframe it not just for women but for all vulnerable populations and underrepresented groups, because women are not the only ones who are attacked online. It's a series of community trainings bringing together women and allies in tech across the globe to be trained in ways to secure themselves online. So we will be hopefully getting some interaction from inside of the chat in this YouTube stream. I'm looking out for comments. But if you don't feel like commenting, that's fine. Please consider these session norms while we move forward. So move back or move up, which means that if you speak a lot, make room for others to be heard. This is a very um, deep workshop, especially for all of the women who are here today. I'm pretty sure we're going to broach topics that relate to things that we've experienced or things that we've observed other women experience. So we have some rules as to how we're going to interact with each other around this. Now, you can disagree with ideas, but not people. So if someone disagrees with you, you want to have critical compassion, and understand that their idea, which you might disagree with, doesn't need to be a personal disagreement with another human being. And you want to be present, which means that let us be in this moment together, exploring these ideas, and really try to be present with your own feelings around these issues as well, because that is what we're doing today. Confidentiality is important. Of course, that's kind of problematic in this scenario, but should anybody share anything really personal, let's try and keep it within this space on YouTube. And of course, take care of yourself. If for some reason this content is triggering, feel free to walk away from this YouTube video and you can come back to it. I should be finished within 50 minutes or so. And finally, listen to hear, not to respond. We have a problem with that here in the Caribbean. Sometimes we listen, but we're already working on our response before we even let the other person finish. I myself am also guilty of that. So how about we move right into it? Now, who's in the chat today? We have quite a few people. We see your names. But if you would like to share with us, what is your name? What do you do? Where are you based? If you just want to put what country you're from, and what might make you interested in an online safety training, and you can share that in the chat as we move forward. Also mentioning that this training was also designed by Google's Jigsaw. Jigsaw is doing incredible work protecting our online populations through data analysis and machine learning. So that's also an interesting fact about what the amount of expertise that went into this workshop content. So this training overview has 3 stages. The first is awareness. The second is tactics. Yes, Sarah. And the third is pass it along. Now, awareness means understanding the challenges. Tactics means safe participation. How do we engage this problem strategically? And finally, pass it along. Standing alongside other women, not just addressing the bystander effect, but also we need to share this information, which is exactly what I'm doing here. And if anybody is interested in becoming a online safety training facilitator, please just reach out to us via the Women Tech Makers Trinidad and Tobago Facebook page or at iwdtechsummit@gmail.com. So I'm going to ask a few questions to the audience. Why did you join the tech industry? I would like us to take a moment to ground ourselves in the current experiences of women in the Caribbean in tech today. It doesn't have to be Caribbean and its diaspora. If anyone feels comfortable, feel free to write in the chat, why did you join the tech industry? Now, while you guys are thinking about writing, I'm going to go ahead and say that I joined the tech industry because I think I was 100% at home in it. You know, this is definitely where I felt the most at home, the most free, and I find technology very exciting. So this is a really interesting question. Why should women be able to freely and safely use technology? And I want us to think about not just what we've experienced, but also the social context that surround a lot of women around the world and their access or lack of access to technology. Very often, we take for granted some of the privileges we have. Others do not. They don't have those freedoms. And finally, while you continue to ponder that, when was a moment when you felt uncomfortable or unsafe online? And I would like all of the women present in particular, but also any other underrepresented group that is here today, and including the men. Men also would have moments on this. When was a moment when you felt uncomfortable or unsafe online? And finally, why is women's safety online important to you? And I have a little story in response to this. Women's safety online is important to me because recently, and Nicole can tell you guys this, we hosted this training workshop for Girls in ICT Week, I think about a year ago. And we have a high population of young girls in the Caribbean who are being bullied online. And they're being targeted, they're being attacked, they're being docked. We're going to talk about that later. And it has driven them to self-harm. It has driven them to suicidal ideation, suicide attempts. And as a suicide prevention advocate and activist, I consider this training to be a critical part of resilience when it comes to suicide prevention. So that's why this is important to me. Hey, Sarah from TT. So what does online violence look like? Now we're going to ground ourselves around what does this mean, because not everybody understands what online violence looks like, I think, and not everyone understands what verbal or violent communication is, but we're going to get into that a little bit. So they have 9 threat tactics that dominate online violence. The first is misinformation and defamation, which is 67%. The second is cyber harassment, which is 66%. Hacking and stalking, hate speech, impersonation, video and image-based abuse, doxing, astroturfing, and violent threats. And I'm sure there are many of you in the audience right now who can relate to at least one or two of these things, at least. So we're going to go into defining these things a little bit more so that you may be able to know what words or what terms are the right terms to describe what you may be experiencing or what someone you know might be experiencing. So misinformation and defamation is spreading rumors and slander to discredit and damage a woman's character. Hacking and stalking is intercepting communications and data, targets women across social media accounts through location tracking. And this has been an issue recently with some gender-based violence solutions that really had to navigate around women being targeted through the same devices and solutions that are meant to protect them. Video and image-based abuse, which is sharing private images or video with malicious intent. And I think that, you know, so many of us can relate to that. Either we've been in groups where we've seen it happening to someone else, or it has happened to one of us or someone that we love. Cyber harassment, which is a very common one, is repeated behavior using textual or graphical content to frighten and undermine self-esteem. And I know it's kind of crazy to even think these things are happening in the Caribbean, but it's very prevalent, and it is an underexplored topic when it comes to mental health in our region. Impersonation. Impersonation is creating a false online presence in someone else's name. I'm sure you guys have all seen catfish. I mean, catfish isn't necessarily about a specific person, but it definitely is related to impersonation, which is where catfishing is specific to stealing another person's identity. Doxing is where what I was talking about earlier. This is definitely happening to quite a few Caribbean teens based on that one session that we did. And that's where you have posting personal real world information such as addresses to perpetuate violence, which is shocking, a shocking experience to have as an individual. Hate speech, which is hateful language designed to attack or humiliate. Astroturfing, which sounds like a fun word, but it's actually a coordinated effort to concurrently share damaging content across platforms. And this happens to many women. And then finally, but most definitely not least, violent threats, which are threats of physical harm through online channels. We've all heard the stories of Monica Lewinsky, other famous women talking about receiving death threats through trolls on the internet. These things are not light experiences. They're very heavy, and they have long-term effects on the women who experience them. Also, feel free, if you've ever experienced any of these things, to maybe put a hashtag me too in the chat, so that you don't have to share any of your personal details. Online harassment involves many actors. They include the person experiencing harassment, that's public and non-public, the bystander, who is the person who's observing and watching this violence take place, the support network, which includes your professional support, your personal support, community support, how you support yourself, and the media, which the media plays a huge role in how harassment or violence is perpetuated. Third-party actors include the law, which includes a lawyer, a police officer, but also the legal system in which you exist. The platform, which is the specialist, advocates, so there's an NGO, an NFP, or Google Women Tech Makers. The person the person who harassed, or as you might call them, the perpetrator, who is the instigator, and then there's the follower, who are the bandwagoners who jump on. So now we're going to play a small video from our Women Tech Makers. Excuse me 1 second. We're going to play a small video from our Women Tech Makers community library on an experience that a young woman had with online violence for you to consider.
أنا اسمي إسراء من مصر، من بني سويف. طالبة لسه في كلية بدرس كمبيوتر ساينس. واللحظة اللي أنا حسيت فيها بعدم أمان هو إن أنا كنت حابة أتعلم جدا في السكيورتي في الأول، فوثقت في الشخصية. فهو كان هو حد المفروض مستوى حلو في التكنولوجي بالنسبة لمجال السكيورتي. أنا كنت انترستد، فهو عرض عليا إن هو يعلمني، وقعد بقى يكلمني عن حلاوة المجال وقد إيه هو يساعدني وقد إيه هو شخص طيب وحبه ولذوذ زي الفل. وأفتر تراست هيم يعني بدأ إن هو خدي الفلاشة ودي ماتيريال ذاكريها وده كورس، وكل الحاجات دي كلها كانت مليانة فيروسز. بعد ما خلاص هو ده المصدر اللي أنا هتعلم منه، وطلع هو ده المصدر اللي بيهاك عليا أساسا، وهو ده اللي يعني بيتجسس عليا وبياخد الداتا بتاعتي، بيفتح الكاميرا، بيشوت فيديوز، فوتوز. اللي هو انت الشخص اللي بيعلمني وانت الشخص اللي بيأذيني في نفس الوقت. فكان يعني جيت شوكت في فترة طويلة، وبعد كده قدرت أكمل يعني، بس كان الموضوع صعب. كان يعني قاعد معايا في نفس الجهاز، بيفتح الكاميرا، زي ما قلت بيريكورد فيديوز، بياخد صور. طبعا أنا كبنت محجبة أبسط حاجة ما ينفعش أطلع بشعري في أي حتة، فانا قاعده في بيتي فاكيد هبقى قاعده براحتي، فدي كانت صور مش كويسه. الصدمه بعد كده ان هو بدا يبتزني انا بالصور دي وبدا يطلب مني حاجات تانية، كانتش حاجة لطيفة خالص. أنا لما بدأ إن هو يهددني كنت حاسة إن أنا هوبليس، مفيش في إيدي حاجة أعملها خالص. أنا بوصل إن أنا يعني زي ما تقدري تقولي الحاجة اللي أنا بحبها ودخلت فيها خلاص بقت هي اللي بتخنقني، والموضوع بقى مش كويس خالص، مبقتش بروح الكلية والموضوع مبقاش لطيف، فمفيش حلول تانية. بس بعد الموقف ده أنا فضلت فترة مش عارفة أتعامل مع الناس اللي حواليا كأوفلاين مش كأونلاين كمان. بقيت أي حد بيتكلم معايا أنا حاسة إن هو لأ في حاجة تانية ورا التعامل ده، أكيد هو مش الوش البريء اللي قدامي. فده أثر في نفسيتي، فما بقاش لي أصحاب في الفترة دي، انعزلت بقيت لوحدي. ولولا إن أنا أهلي متفهمين أو مش ناس متشددة قوي، لولا إن أنا قدرت أرجع لهم وقدروا يساعدوني في الموضوع ده. على عكس مثلا واحدة تانية صاحبتي اضطرت إن هي تستجيب لأي حاجة علشان هي مش هتقدر تقول لأهلها الكلام ده. في ناس لسه ستيل ممكن يكون تعليمهم متوسط ما شافوش برضو الحاجات دي، فما يقدروش يتخيلوا ان انا ممكن افتح الجهاز واصورك. فتخيلهم ممكن يروح لحته لا انت اللي عملتي كده ليه، طب انت بتنزلي صور ليه اصلا، انت بتقعديش قدام اللابتوب، انت اللي غلطانه برضو. فمش كلهم متفاهمين. الجزء التاني ان انا انصح اي حد ان هو ما يخافش ايا كان نتيجه الاهل او زعيقهم او ايا كان، في الاول وفي الاخر ما يخافوا على بنتهم برضو. يعني هيهمهم ان هنزعق في البيت وهنخرب الدنيا، بس مش هسيبها كده، اكيد هيبقى في حل. على الاقل ما تفضليش تحت تهديد حد. يعني هيطلب كل مره زياده، كل ما هيلاقيكي ضعيفه هيطلب اكتر. الموضوع ما كانش سهل خالص ان انا اروح اقول لهم، ويعني بين كل كلمتين والتانية كان عياط وفرهدة طبعا، وعقبال ما شرحت الموضوع بس انا ما كنتش متوقعه رد فعلهم بصراحه يبقى كده. يمكن والدي اتعصب في الاول وكان الموضوع صعب على اخواتي بس بعد كده بدأوا يفكروا في إن محدش يعمل كده في بنتنا مثلا، أو مش هنسيبها لكده. فيمكن البنات اللي هي خايفة دي أهلهم هيساعدوهم بس هما ما يعرفوش يعني.
Okay, so that was Esre Abdelnabi Hassan. And, Esre really had a horrible experience, which might be hard for some of us to relate to, but it is so defyingly common how much this is happening to women all around the world. So, I mean, if anyone has any reflections they might want to share. Yeah, see, hashtag me too. Yes. Like I do think it is it's terrifying. One of the things I think I took away from the story was the fact that her family stepped in to protect her. When women are attacked in this way, you're talking about a very public diminishing of their identity. And it is very powerful that her family stepped in to remind her who she is, and also remind everyone that she is someone who's loved. She is a person with honor, a person with self-respect, a person who has been attacked. She's a victim, not someone to be, you know, attacked for something that was done to her, not something that she did. So let's move on into more explorations of this. So the status of women's safety online, and prepare yourselves, guys, because some of these things, the first time I saw it, it blew me away. So now that we chatted through the types of online violence, we're going to talk about the status of women's safety online in 2021. In 2022, at the end of this year, we will have updated statistics. These are the statistics as of the end of last year. With the support of Jigsaw, the Economist Intelligence Unit, EIU, completed a study in 2020 developing a credible and granular measurement of the global prevalence of online violence against women. I celebrate these persons. So we had 51 countries surveyed. Then we had interviews that were done with policymakers, government officials, human rights advisors, and experts on gender-based violence. The study was underpinned by a multinational survey, country-specific estimation models. I know this is making the data scientists in the audience very excited. And extensive literature reviews and expert interviews. So Jigsaw really did their homework before they presented us with this data to distribute. The internet presents a double-edged sword for women. The last few years have brought about many decisions on the good and bad aspects of the internet and social media. Wow, I feel like if we've had quite a few of those in this summit so far. In particular, when we think about the impact of that the internet has had on women, it is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it provides vital spaces for women seeking expression and opportunity. On the other hand, it's increasingly a vector for abusers targeting women. Unfortunately, by a show of hands, and we can do a hashtag #MeToo again, who feels this statement resonates with them? That the internet is a double-edged sword for women. Unfortunately, we have only seen the situation worsen since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, as women are spending more time online. This increases everyone's exposure to threats. Yes, Amanda, when data is exciting. We see this in research as well. The Economist Intelligence Unit research shows, which is the research we mentioned earlier, just how many women are impacted by online violence. 38% of women reported personal experience with online violence. 65% reported knowing women who had been targeted online, and 85% reported witnessing online violence against other women. It is likely that these numbers don't reflect the actual severity of the situation, like most data. We know that there is a problem with the underreporting of anything that is related to violence, especially when it comes to women and the shame that is around gender-based violence. Only 1 in 4 women reported the behavior to the online platform in which it occurred, and even fewer reported the harassment to a protective agency. So here we see, owing to underreporting, our results may underestimate the actual prevalence of online violence against women. And 14% of those women reported it to an offline protective agency. So that's just we're going to get to all of the full tips and advice later on, but it is important when your character or your identity or your person, if you're put in danger, if someone makes a threat against you, that you do report it to the police, whichever country you're in the Caribbean, whether or not gender-based violence has made major strides in your country or not. It is so important to document threats of violence. There are notable regional differences in prevalence rates. We know this is an alarming issue across the globe, but there are regional differences that are important to note. The Middle East has the highest prevalence rates in the world, with Latin America and the Caribbean not far behind. So you can see here that the Middle East has 98%, Latin America and the Caribbean has 91%. That's us, guys. We're not far behind. Right behind us is Africa, then the Asia Pacific, then North America. Younger women are more likely to have personally experienced online violence. And guys, I really wish, I could share with you guys, but we're protecting these workshops tend to be safe spaces. They don't tend to be broadcast on YouTube, but I thought it was very valuable for us to have this today as part of this youth agenda. So thank you so much to the youth delegates for having me. So getting back to this, so younger women are more likely to have personally experienced online violence. In addition to mental health problems, these younger women are opting out of expressing themselves and their opinions for fear of retribution, and sometimes removing themselves from these platforms altogether. Many of the young girls that we spoke to in the training had created alternate, I'm sure that I actually think that you can identify persons who've experienced online violence when you see that your friend has changed their name to something that is like not their name, like very, so that people can't find them, people don't know that it's them. You can see the protective walls coming up in these, very simple ways. I have multiple female friends who have changed their names online to, if you weren't already their friend, you wouldn't find them. So research shows that younger women will be cautious about posting online, stop posting completely, or even close their accounts. We see this same trend coming from young women who see others facing abuse online, then choose to limit their participation. The frequency of these harmful online posts can lead young women to believe that the abuse is normal. And this is not just online violence. This is all types of violence against women and young girls. So think about how we are normalizing these threats, these dangerous situations that they enter. So they just think the best thing to do is just to remove themselves from the situation. But that's not always effective, especially if you don't get the law involved. Continuing to drive a sense of helplessness, 9 in 10 women reported that online violence is harmful to their well-being. And regardless of age, we know that online violence drives a sense of helplessness amongst women. And I actually think amongst anyone who is a target of online violence, or any kind of violence from a perpetrator that they cannot see, who they do not know who it is, it's very scary. So just think about that. 9 in 10. It is important to know that this does not just live online. Rather, online gender-based violence against women is a manifestation of offline violence. So not only do threats and abuse online work to silence or censor women's voices, they can also impact women's safety offline. This is because online gender-based violence against women is a manifestation of such violence offline. For many women in public life, and I'm sure many of us who have aspirations of advancing in our careers, threats of violence online can lead them to fearing for their physical safety offline, and ultimately compromise their ability to do their jobs, which of course could be one of the goals of that type of violence. Online violence impacts our society and economy at large. So the first thing is online violence increases the gender divide online because women feel the need to restrict their activity out of fear and harassment. And I think that's actually really true when you look at, when you compare content creators, the percentages. I do think we can get some data on that from our friends at YouTube. Online violence also leads to damaging macroeconomic repercussions due to increased medical costs and lost income. I mean, I know people who have stayed home from work. They used up all of their sick days because they were avoiding someone. Online violence impacts the offline world, with 7% of women changing jobs due to online violence, and 1 in 10 experiencing physical harm as a result of online threats. 1 in 10 women in the world. Online violence leads women to feel that the internet is not a safe place to share their thoughts. This forced self-censorship means women's voices get underrepresented, reducing diversity in societal, political, and economic discussions and decisions. Wow. So Christiane Boudram says, sometimes society makes it normal, but it isn't. That is so true. And I think that is a good tack back to what is normal, right? But I think we're talking about the normalization of violence, and it isn't normal. I think we want to be healthy. it will be great to live in a world where normal is healthy. But unfortunately, we're working towards that. And yes, Nicholas, it definitely is. I'm pretty sure the reason for a lot of the pseudonyms that you see online is probably a reaction to online violence. And thank you, Nicole. Data is so important and it allows us to have effective presentations like this. So it's great. Dumping back in there. So, what are your reactions to some of the stats we just walked through? Did they surprise you? And you can respond in the chat. And I think for me, they really did surprise me the first time. I said I've done this workshop a few times now, and I think the one that has surprised me the most is is this one. The 1 in 10 women surveyed experience physical harm as a result of online threats. That's, to me, that was really high. In addition to the 7% of women changing jobs due to online violence, that seemed that seems really high as well. So tips and tactics for staying safe online. Now and it is tactics, it is strategy. Can you identify phishing? Take the quiz and find out I'm gonna just copy link address. I'm gonna post the quiz inside of the chat, and you guys can either do that. I don't know if we will have enough time for us to wait for you to finish, but it's a worthwhile exercise. And when you finish the quiz, you can post it in the chat how you did. Okay. So, getting started with online safety. The first thing, and this is not a surprise to anybody here, I hope, is setting up two-factor authentication, unique passwords, and having a password manager. Quite a few people who work with me, both with MindWise and Design Change and Women Tech Makers, know that I'm actually pretty big on a password manager. I think it's important. Also because I'm getting older and I'm starting to forget things. So a password manager can be very useful. But in this case, it's also very effective to help you control the gateway to your information. Password managers, I also feel, give you alerts when your recently there was a really big hack with Google Gmail accounts, and I received an alert through LastPass that my email was included in that hack, and I needed to change my password right away. So, secondly, request removal of your personal information from people finder sites, such as reputation.com. Subscribe to a service that will delete you. Excuse me. Subscribe to a service that will delete you from data broker sites, such as Privacy Duck. And don't worry, I'm going to paste all of these resources into the chat when I'm done. There are companies such as Privacy Duck that can do this for you, which is someone who can delete your information from a data broker site. And then finally, turn off location tracking on social media and web browsers. This is something I did very early as a paranoid woman online. I think in the Caribbean, there's definitely a sense of potential violence that women, even the strongest of us, we're very aware of the potential violence. So, sometimes when you see like your little data thing showing up and people can see where you are, I'm pretty sure most women in the Caribbean are kind of like, I should probably turn that off. So turning off location tracking also keeps you safe though. I know that it's very tempting to leave it on. You can privately share your location with someone using a safe service, but I definitely do not recommend leaving it up for anyone on the internet, even within your friends group, to know where you are at all times. Install software updates to your devices. Those pending updates, you need to do those. Like, they're important. they install really important security updates to your phone, to the apps in your phone are also important to keep updated all the time. And yeah, I think sometimes we forget that it is important to keep those things updated because they're new hacks, they're new attacks that are out there all the time. Audit your online presence, which means monitor your mentions, set Google alerts. I actually have a Google alert set up for my name. I did it right after this presentation because I had Google alerts for other things, but you should really pay attention to how your name may be reshared by other sites or other hack or fake news sites. I recently discovered an article that was about my nonprofit that had an image of me in it. It was like being multiplicitously shared across several fake news sites, the entire article. And so if you look up this particular article header, you will see that it's just like they're like 300 versions of it. So yeah, you sometimes you have to pay attention to how people duplicate and reshare your information. And of course, limiting who sees your posts. Only started doing this recently myself because generally I think those of us who are really open to things like Facebook and MySpace, those of you who are watching this today as part of the youth category, you may not really have ever used MySpace, but MySpace used to be once a long time ago. Or high five, but we won't go all the way back there. um but yeah, you don't always think about who is looking at your data, who has access to it. And if you're ever not sure about that, please do your safety checkups on whatever social media platform you really use the most, whether it's Instagram or Facebook or Twitter. Make sure that you do. Oh, 4 out of 8 isn't too bad. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Sarah, I love that. 9 and 10 restricting their access to opportunities. Yeah, that's really, really crazy. Okay, so getting back to our list. So restrict what you share. That is your location, your maiden name, names of anyone you live with. Those of you who are in the audience who may have kids or who may have siblings that are children, generally you don't want to share where people go to school. Like you can share photos and stuff, but you don't want to give away too much about your private life via pictures or via tags and that kind of thing. I mean, we do live in a world where we have to be careful. No one is saying that you can't tag a school, but we're just saying that maybe you should be careful and make sure that if you do so, that you aren't doing so and exposing yourself to any potential violence. And finally, use a VPN to log in when you're on unsecured network. Those of you who don't know what that is, I definitely recommend looking it up. So rules of thumb for password building. Yes, we're going to have a whole slide that is dedicated to just this alone. So first things first, it needs to be memorable to you, but difficult for someone else to guess. I don't use memorable passwords anymore. I have exhausted all of them. So now I just use the trustworthy passwords that my password manager creates for me. Use a trustworthy password manager combined with two-step verification. I use LastPass. There are quite a few others, including Authenticator, that you can consider using. And very often there probably is one that comes with a device that you use every day. Do not use the same password for multiple accounts. That's very tempting. I am also guilty of it. Don't feel bad. But recently, I have experienced a few hacks. So, yeah, all of those things that I was like, oh, I feel like I could get away with it using the same password for like 25 accounts because I'm not going to remember it. I just want to remember one. Yeah, the 30 to 1 minutes of discomfort of having to go into your password manager and extract your updated password for the specific account is 100% worth it, because trust me, a hack or an attack online is extremely time consuming and difficult to fix. A mix of uppercase and lowercase letters, symbols, and numbers. A password manager actually helps you as well by creating and generating passwords. So please, please try a password manager. If not, there are a few websites that can generate great passwords for you, but I generally don't just trust websites like that. I think it needs to be connected to a high level of security. So, and keep in mind, passwords are your first line of defense. So, this is a good place to start. Are your passwords safe? Are you safe? Do you have two-factor authentication set up on your accounts? If you don't have on those things, then you have some homework to do tonight. Security, you never have to think about. I also know that every Google product is designed for safety. When you use our products and services, it is our responsibility to keep your personal information private, safe, and secure. Each product has many built-in features to protect you. These include all searches are encrypted by default. So what you search for is protected. Gmail blocks more than 99.9% of spam. I actually know this from recently having a lot of difficulty finding some emails that people were sending. It blocks 99.9% of spam, phishing attempts, and malware from reaching you. Chrome can automatically update every 6 weeks, so you have the latest security features and fixes, such as safe browsing and sandboxing. Location history is off by default. You can always use maps in incognito mode, and your activity won't be saved to your device. Incognito mode is your best friend, by the way. I've also recently started to adopt that policy using maps and these things in an incognito mode. I mean, we don't even think about it. We're just like, hey, let's figure out how to get there. Let's print the map, right? Like, we're not thinking that might be dangerous for that information to be out there, I'm not saying that you need to be a paranoid person, but we do live in a world where these are things that we have to consider. And finally, decide how long to keep your YouTube history by turning it off altogether or going to your data in YouTube. So, stay safer online with Google. So, in case you haven't done these things before, I recommend that you do them now so you can do a complete checkup, get personalized recommendations by Google to increase the security of your account. Utilize Password Manager. Password Manager is great, especially if you're a Chrome user. I'm a huge fan of Google. May or may not be why I applied to the ambassador program. I was just like, yeah, I would love to be involved in any program that's being designed and executed by Google. But also because I just think that their solutions work. So utilizing Password Manager has been very effective for me. And Password Manager also has some alerts in it if you have passwords that are being red flagged. So set up two-step verification, which we spoke about earlier. You can lock down your phone, which is using the Find Your Phone service. And of course, you can do a complete checkup again, which walks you through privacy settings, not just security settings, but privacy settings. And get started with advanced protection. Defend against attacks with Google's strongest security, advanced protection. So the advanced protection program is if your account contains particularly valuable files or sensitive information, you should consider advanced protections. Google strongly recommends journalists, activists, business executives, and people involved in elections to enroll. Even if an attacker gets through your password layer or even intercepts your two-step verification code, they will still need your phone or physical security to access your Google account. The Advanced Protection Program is a free service. However, you may need to purchase a security key if you do not have one. Staying safe on social media. Let's start with Twitter. With Twitter, you want to use multiple profiles, change privacy settings on Twitter to protected, no retweets, and only followers can see. Report and block abusers if you receive an abusive tweet. Now, this is your personal accounts. If you need to have a public account where you can read, share, and all these things, then have a separate account for that purpose, for your brand, for your company, for your nonprofit, for your club, right? But as far as your personal profile goes, if you really utilize Twitter quite a lot, make sure that you do have these safety protocols in place. You want to report and block abusers if you receive an abusive tweet. You don't want to geotag things. Also, prevent hacking, create a strong password, enable login verification, and be wary of a third-party app that requires access. And in case those of you haven't, Sarah got 5 out of 8. That's not bad. That's not bad. I think I did about the same. The first time. Going into Facebook and Instagram, we know Facebook and Instagram are the same company now, along with WhatsApp, which is either a great thing or the worst thing ever. No offense, Mr. Zuckerberg. Control who sees what through privacy settings. Don't geotag and delete location history. I actually do all of these things. Place people on a restricted list. Report imposter accounts. So I mean, and sometimes you might notice someone else's imposter having an imposter account, and I'm not sure how many of you, we could actually put this in the chat too with a me too. How many of you have had friends who recently had to have a post saying my account has been hacked, or there's another person who has an account with my name, but that's not me. Like if you have seen that in the last year, put me too in the chat. On LinkedIn, those of us who use LinkedIn quite a lot, I'm one of those. Before accepting a connection, check the degrees of separation. That means, how did this person find you, and why are they connecting with you? If there are too many degrees of separation, and it isn't someone like, I don't know, Elon Musk or something. Ah, 6 out of 8 on the quiz. Good job, Gabrielle Cole. Yeah, like if you really don't know a person, don't accept them into your LinkedIn community. Block unsolicited messages. You can block people on LinkedIn. I don't know if you knew that, but now you do. Block someone from viewing your profile or contacting you. You should remove your phone number, home address, and other contact information from your resume if you upload it to LinkedIn. And very many of us don't think about that, but it's important. Most importantly, practice compassion for yourself. At the beginning of our session, we talked about practicing compassion for yourself and others through this training. I urge you all to take the same compassion with you when you leave this virtual room or virtual live stream. By attending the session or being here, you're already taking the right step in the right direction. Make sure you give your mind and your body the support it needs. So find supportive cyber communities like this one. You need to locate your people. I've recently been finding my people, and I have to let you know, it is one of the best experiences that you can have. Once you locate your people, help start the conversation around the implications of online harassment before any harassment takes place. So you don't want to wait until something happens to somebody in your inner circle. Maybe the next time you guys have a hangout, and now that people are hanging out again, you can bring up this topic. Maybe it may not seem like a fun topic, but it may surprise you the extent to which it's happening in the circle that you hang out with all the time. If you trust a particular online group, or at least a few of its key members, to have your back the next time you're attacked online, don't be afraid to reach out for support. I've actually had quite a few people reach out to me while they were in the middle of an online attack, and there are ways for us to deal with this. A great example of this is the LGBTQ community. They came together to redefine the meaning of Proud Boys by uploading LGBTQ pride images with the Proud Boys hashtag. Cyber communities can provide support and also help redirect the attention, and we've seen that quite a lot. What are some practices that you've developed to keep yourself safe online? And I could say all of the things we've already talked about, but other than that, I've also been paying attention to other people's posts. Like if I think people are becoming very aggressive, very violent, I kind of ignore them for a little while. Like I remove them from my feed. That's kind of how I protect my mental health online. Now, allies, find the best way to help while prioritizing your safety. And that's those of us who are watching someone that we care about or somebody that we are hoping to, someone that is in our community that we care about, and you see them being attacked online. These are things that you can do to help that person. The first is distract, amplify the original content, draw attention away from the abuser, and report abusive content. Delegate, ask for assistance for a resource or for help from a third party and spread it to your network. Document, screenshot the harassment, gather the hyperlinks. This is traumatizing to do for yourself if you've been harassed. Delay, as little as a glance can reduce trauma. That little text or private message or DM saying, "Are you okay?" goes a long way for a person who is currently under attack. And direct. What distinguishes direct is that it is one of those, it is the one that exposes yourself to the person who is doing the harassing. So you must first assess your safety. So we're talking about direct communication with a person who's attacking another. And I'm actually in a position right now where I'm sort of trying to figure out, if I engage this person, am I putting myself in danger? So it is something that you have to think about before you directly engage. Fact check things to make sure the right information is going out into the world, and call out impersonation if you don't. However, if you don't feel safe, there are 4 other options out there to support you, which are the ones we just went through. If you experience online violence, remember that people's choice to commit violent actions is never your fault or in your full control. It is not your fault. It is not your fault that someone attacks you. It's not your fault that someone targets you. It is 100% their issue. So next steps. How will you commit to sharing these tips with others around you? And how will you stand against online violence when you witness it? And these are not simple questions. Here in the Caribbean, we have a bullying culture. It is something that I think traumatized a lot of us really early on in life. And I mean, it may not always seem like a negative or a hostile bullying culture, but we tease a lot here in Trinidad. We call it teasing, or maybe you mama guy somebody, or maybe mama guy is not the right word, but you're kind of jonesing, giving somebody a rough time. You roughing them up a little bit. Somebody just roughing you up. That's something that they say here in Trinidad and Tobago. I just roughed you up a little bit. Don't take it so personally, right? But the reality is that it isn't just a little thing, especially when it's repeated and especially when it is endorsed by the community that accepts it. I remember being roughed up, and people would say, "You just need to get a thicker skin," you know, or you block people so easily. Yes, Abriana. Yeah, blocking people is a way for you to conserve your mental health. And even if that person is someone that you care about, you can have your personal tie to them. It could be your family, it could be a close friend. But I've had people become very negative influences in my social media space, and I've removed them. So let's get into resources. If you want to help spread these insights, we encourage you to guide others towards our new virtual learning path to read through the content that we discussed today. And I'm going to share with you guys some information. So we have a few local resources with regards to gender-based violence. Pekong, thank you. Yes. Now there are a few resources that I would like us to get into. So just give me one moment while I pull those up. Okay, so there are a few articles and resources that I am going to paste into the chat now. Yeah, I will paste it into the chat after this talk, but I do think one of the number one takeaways for me, both as a mental health advocate as well as a person who has been a victim of gender-based violence, a person who has survived domestic violence, understanding what is happening in this online space and thinking that if it doesn't happen to you, that it's not affecting your community, you're 100% wrong. It's so important to have this information out there. So what I want to do is copy some of these links to the chat. Some of them were very, very useful. So we have Empowering Internet Safety Guide for Women. You know, there are quite a few things here that I thought were great. There's a Pew Research, online safety research. Amnesty International has data is also very powerful, guys. Huh? So like you'll see that in this study by Amnesty International, you know, we talk about things like you could be sitting at home in your living room, I'm just quoting, outside of working hours, and then someone is able to send you a graphic rape threat right into the palm of your hand. And sorry if that was traumatizing for anyone, but the reality is that that is what is happening to women right now. You know, they're receiving threats of sexual violence, threats of physical bodily harm, threats of um, murder threats. And of course, here in Trinidad and Tobago, and actually throughout the wider Caribbean, we do have a real issue with gender-based violence where women are dying, women and children are dying, women, children, and men are dying in these horrific murder suicide events that really are a strong red flag for where we are going as a culture, as a community, which is why even events like this, us talking about these things, is so important. And learning how to talk about it, feeling okay bringing up these topics. And so we have a few mental health topics here that I would like to spend maybe 5 minutes talking about. The first of which is suicide. And I mean, we've all seen the data that connects bullying that's happening in schools. We've recently seen a rise in violence amongst girls in schools and high schools in the Caribbean, but also an increase in violence in high schools in the Caribbean. But it could also be that we're only now seeing the violence because of people recording it on their phones. Maybe it was always there. Yeah. But bullying is a huge issue, especially for young girls, and of course children on the whole. It causes people to feel unsafe. It gives them PTSD when it comes to trusting others, especially those who are responsible for their safety. So those of us who are in roles of mentorship, we are in roles of leadership, it's really important for us to understand that people may be going through really debilitating mental health experiences that are affecting their everyday life. So bullying very often leads to increased isolation, increased exclusion, the increase of other types of negative coping mechanisms that might include substance abuse, violence, self-harm, all of these different things. And unfortunately, it is very common that self-harm leads to suicide. or suicidal ideation. Anyone that is uncomfortable or might be triggered by this conversation I'm gonna try and keep it to 5 minutes, so maybe two more minutes. On suicide, you can walk away, and I should be done after the next 2 minutes or so. So suicide prevention is possible. My favorite description of why suicide takes place is that suicide takes place when pain exceeds our resources for coping with pain. So there's a pain on one side, and then there's your resources. So if you have a lot of resources, even if the pain goes up, you can handle it. For a person who commits suicide, it's like this: they don't have enough resources, and the pain is going all the way up. So one of the things that we can do is exactly what we're doing right now, which is increasing the resources that we have by educating ourselves, educating those that we love, around the issues that are connected to suicide, which include bullying, financial distress, substance abuse. There's so many causes: isolation, depression, other related mental health conditions, violence, people who are victims. Very often, there is a connection between gender-based violence and suicide that was actually brought to my attention by one of my team leader volunteers. And when she said it to me, as a suicide prevention advocate, I was like, I did not know that there is a distinct link between victims of gender-based violence and attempts of suicide. Yeah. So while we're talking about online violence, I think one of the most harrowing experiences is really like, so I don't know, I'm sure you've seen it in movies, but I've actually seen it happen to people, which is watching people be attacked and watching those attacks get amplified, and them feeling helpless around that experience. Yeah. So it's a helplessness, a hopelessness that it will end. I don't know if you guys have seen, there quite a few Netflix movies around this, and there's a lot more content around this that we can share to you guys. But truly, I do feel that suicide is one of the other issues. The third issue, so there's bullying, there's suicide, and now I think we need to look a little bit into compassionate communication. Yeah. And what that is, and I'm not, one of my co-directors at Mindwise Project is way better positioned to talk about this than me, but I've learned a lot from him. And compassionate communication is something that we should all consider learning. There are lots of videos about it online. Learning how to listen, not to speak, but also how to hold space for another person, but also how to understand when we do lose control, when we do make mistakes, how to understand damage that was done, understand the healing that needs to happen, and how to communicate that effectively. Well, no, nobody's perfect. There's nobody walking on this green earth who hasn't hurt someone, hasn't distressed someone, hasn't made a mistake. But or maybe even you were part of bullying someone else, and now that you've done this little training that we just did, you're kind of like, I am a follower. Yeah, like maybe in that situation I was a bystander, maybe I didn't do anything. I can tell you up front, I've been a bystander many times at a different period of my life. And I remember asking this group of people when I was hanging out with them, and they were very, very, to me, they were very loving people, but to certain others, they were bullies. And I remember asking them, I said, do you not feel bad about what you did? And sometimes we project our own way of seeing something onto someone else, and compassionate communication really helps you understand that that's not the best way to get through to someone. being like, this is how I see the world. I want you to see the world my way. That's not compassionate communication. That's not a way for us to understand each other. And it's also not a safe space that someone who is a victim is going to come forward in. So you really need to let people feel that they can come forward with anything, whether they are a bully or a victim, and say, hi, I have a problem. I'm trying to fix this. And if we could do that everywhere, we would have a really healthy tech community. We would have a really healthy online community. And we wouldn't be so afraid of what some might describe as the darker side of humanity, because people would feel safe to say that they have a problem. So be there for people that you care about. Do have this conversation with other people in your life. Maybe this week, maybe next month. The sooner the better, because the sooner they know this information, the sooner they can prepare themselves for what they're going through. So thank you so much. I think my time is up. Did I go over time? Yeah, I think I have I think I have 15 more minutes. Does anybody have any questions in the chat? So Sarah had a comment. Thank you for sharing this. We need to be able to talk openly about suicide. 100%, 100%. And actually, Rihanna, who is our team lead for suicide prevention at our Building Sustainable Minds project. Hi, Rihanna.
Hi.
I did not randomly bring up this topic just to rope you in. I didn't. But I mean, you see how it connects to, right? So some of this information that we just pulled up, I actually think we need to include in the platform that we're building. You know what I mean? Like there's this huge connection between online violence and suicide attempts. You know, we have had some really distressing recent news in the newspapers here in Trinidad and Tobago. You know, it looks like your panelists are getting here. But I know I have about 10 more minutes. I'm just letting you know I could talk suicide prevention for like we can do this for like another half an hour if you want. But you know, I really feel that it's important to have these discussions, be open to the content, be open to learning and having uncomfortable conversations. Uncomfortable conversations will change your life, people. So, you know, like even bring it up, I mean, in the middle of, but maybe also just a small tip for those of you who are not so great at uncomfortable conversations. Rehearse it before. Or like walk with a piece of paper, print it out and be like, this is something I want to talk about. But if you want to be careful to not trigger anyone, if you know that there are people in your family who've been attacked, who are sensitive around the topic, be prepared for the conversation, but also prepare people. Don't just show up and be like, hey, I want to talk about this now. No, you want to you want to tell people, hey, so this is something I think we should talk about as a group. And how about we find a time that works for everybody for us to talk about it, right? That way they feel prepared. You're not just dropping a really sensitive issue on a group of unsuspecting friends and family, right? You know, you are giving them the opportunity to prepare themselves, prepare what questions they might have, right? And also, you know, it's a healthier conversation for everybody. So I really hope that this presentation was helpful to and informative. And we will be sharing the other links in the chat that are related to this. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Mario. Especially for all of those safety tips. Our next event is gonna be a conversation about mentoring, and it's gonna be hosted by Kadisha Mitchell. Kadisha Mitchell is a multifaceted individual with many passions, including youth development, technology, law, and the environment. She enjoys serving others and participating in community projects to effect positive change. So I'd like to welcome Kadisha along with Abriano and Geneva.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Kadaisha, and I'll be leading the conversation on mentorship today. Now, mentorship is many things. For some, it's traditional. Someone senior takes someone's junior underneath their wings. And for others, it's a little bit more unconventional. Learning might come from many different sources, and wisdom shows up in unexpected places. Now, John Cosway, an American newspaper columnist, once said, mentorship is a brain to pick, an ear to listen, and a push in the right direction. Now, for this discussion, I'm joined by three wonderful Caribbean women. We have Abriana Cooper, from Jamaica. Now, Abriana is a young professional passionate about technology. She loves graphic designing and programming, and she's currently a first year student at the University of Technology, majoring in computer science. We also have with us today Genevieve Richards. Genevieve is an intrinsically motivated and disciplined young lady who's pursuing a Bachelor of Science in Management and Accounting at the University of the West Indies. Geneva is passionate about volunteerism, which steered her into nation building and youth advocacy. She's also a Christian and the CEO of an organic hair and skincare brand called Ethereal Beauty. Geneve also enjoys journalism and hopes to release her first book in the near future. Geneve is also a mentee in the Tech for Girls program. We also have with us Geneva Joachim from Bahamas. Now, Geneva is an aspiring technician. She's a hard worker that remains goal oriented. She's very dedicated, disciplined, and has a charismatic personality. She looks forward to a great and successful career in tech. Now we're just going to jump right into the conversation. And the first thing I'd like for my panelists to do today is that I would like you guys to tell me about the mentorship experience you've had or a mentorship program you've been a part of, both as a mentee or a mentor. And I'm going to throw this question out to Abriana first. Abriana?
Okay, thank you for that lovely introduction, Kadisha. So, as my mentorship experience, it was founded upon really desperation and loneliness. I was at that point in life where, I was trying to find my place in the adult world. So that led to me looking up different organizations that were, responsible for things that I was interested in. So that's how I stumbled upon Nicole, Sea Girls Hack, and the Equals platform. So I registered for Caribbean Girls Hack, and Nicole actually volunteered to be my mentor. And I also participated in the Equals platform. So, this mentorship experience, it helped me to develop my qualities such as my leadership skills and my problem solving skills. It also helped me to identify my strengths and, develop my weaknesses. And with it actually allowed me to meet persons from across the world, because my mentor, she was from, I'm not going to disclose where exactly she was from, but she was someone, who has done it already, who achieved what I previously thought to be unimaginable, unachievable for, someone like me.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Abriana.
You're welcome.
All right, so Genevieve, do you also want to tell us about your mentorship or your mentorship experience, both as a mentee or a mentor?
Thank you very much for that question, Khadija. I would say my mentorship journey started as early as in high school. I knew that I needed a mentor. I knew that I needed someone who had done it before and could give me the best advice to go forward. In life, I think that one of the best things that someone can give you is sound advice, because they would have done it before and they're setting the pace for you to travel. So from in high school, I would have connected with my guidance counselor, and I would have spoken to various persons that have expressed my interest in what I like, and I'll tell them, look here, I want to be mentored. So for me, mentorship has been like the water that you would use to grow a tree. So I was just a seed and I know that there are others there that can help me along the way. So I really wanted them to help me. So I said, okay, invest in me, water the seed, and the tree is going to blossom. So that has been my mentorship journey. And as such, I found myself to mentor other students within my space or even within my community, because it's not just to be mentored, but also to give off that same help that I have received to others. So that has been my journey thus far.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Geneva.
Hi.
Hello.
Mentorship was really, really good. I'm a first time, and I'm a first timer in tech. I have no experience, and I've been looking for mentorship for a long, long time. So when I went on Discord and I saw this, I applied and I went through. And my mentor she has really been so, so helpful. I learned so much about myself, like leadership skills, development, personal strengths, problem solving, time management, all those things I see fit as essential as I continue to grow in my tech field and my tech career. It was good. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. So I'm seeing here where all three of you are essentially saying that you realize that you are in that at that point in your life where you realize that you needed someone to guide you. You needed someone to show you the way. So essentially, you join these mentorship program. Now, my next question is, what impact has these mentorship program had on your life? Because like we see where you identify that you needed it. So I want to know now, how exactly did it take you from point A to the point where you wanted to be? So I'm going to go with Geneve first on this one. Geneve.
Thank you. So for me, the benefit of mentorship has been great. Even let me just give you an example. So I like to use analogies because I feel like it best explain what I'm trying to say. So I would say I am a car, and I would say my mentor would be the driver. I am a car with a GPS. So I know exactly where I want to go, but I do not know how to take myself there. I have all the tools within me to take me, but I don't know exactly how to get there. So I would say that I would describe my mentor as a driver. They would have steered me into the right direction. They would have said, okay, there's a stoplight ahead, so I will go slow. There's a speed bump ahead, so let's go slow. So it's like having someone going before you to set that pace, having someone going before you to just just to let you know what you should expect and how best to navigate it. And for me, that has been of great help to my personal development, to my academic development, because just having even in first year at university, I had a mentor. There's this program called First Year Experience. I had a mentor during that program. And, coming from high school and coming into this university space, it's so huge and you kind of feel like you're lost. But someone would have done the same journey before and they would have had the same hiccups that you may have. It may be like a different story, but the plot is the same. So they are there to like guide you. And that has been for me on our e-mentorship with Caribbean Hat Girls. It has been very great. I look forward to my weekly email one because it just shows that someone is there for me, taking the time out of their very busy schedule just to write to me and to just to help me in my personal pursuit of development. And I know that the other girls too can relate to having such a wonderful experience on the e-mentorship platform.
Okay, awesome. So Geneva, I know that you were also a part of the Equals Her Digital Skills Tech for Girls e-mentorship program. So I want you to also tell me how exactly has this program transformed your life or changed or moved you from point A to wherever point you wanted to be. Not hearing you, Geneva.
I'm so sorry. My mentor, Christine, we spoke about she spoke about her life, and I'm a beginner and she was once there. So a lot of things that I'm going through she went through. So she assured me that these things are okay. It's okay to feel nervous. It's okay to fail. Just keep trying, because without failure, where's the success? So it helped me to it enabled both my career and the leadership development, and increased with my productivity, my personal and professional development, my self-esteem definitely, and my confidence, to how to better have a better work-life balance, the both at the same time. And it also helped to prepare me for my tech future, and it gave me aspirations, because she's also doing, it's a certification called ITIL for foundation, but she's doing a more experienced one. So that gave me a boost that, hey, I really want to be where she's at. So it's good to know that someone can relate to me.
All right, we love to see women empowering and women leading women. Abriana, you were fortunate to have Nicole as your mentor. Now, how has Nicole's advice changed or impacted your life?
Okay, so listen, Nicole is one of the most motivating persons I have ever met. I would not be here talking today if it wasn't for Nicole. To be very honest, I am very nervous. I did not in the first place, she was the one who sent me the registration for this Youth Tech Summit. So she said, Abriana, okay, here's an opportunity. She also sent it to Genevieve and said, I feel like you guys should, register. So she's providing us with opportunities, one, and she's also encouraging us along the way. So even though I was helping, with the organization of the event, she's like, and I said, I mentioned to Maria that, okay, I would like to hear from Nicole, because, Nicole is my mentor. So I am always going to highlight Nicole. So Nicole messaged me and said, Abriana, we want you to talk. They want to hear it from the youth, so you need to talk. So I'm like, okay, but I am nervous. I don't know what to say. And she's like, just do it, So she's such a motivating person, and she's like, Abriana, you're a boss. You can do this. So as a mentor and someone, in the field who is there encouraging you, it's very motivating, and yeah, it just allows me to feel like I can accomplish whatever I set my mind to. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So I'm here, nodding my head and like saying same, 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 because I can definitely relate to a lot of what you guys are saying, because I was also a part of the program, and my mentor was from Netherlands. And listen, I was in a place where a lot of stuff was happening, and I really didn't know what was happening. It was one of those moments, or one of those stages where a lot of stuff is happening, and it's like you're just going through the motions. So she was really able to give me some solid advice and really put me on a good trajectory to achieving my goals. And what I've found throughout my life is that with mentorship is that sometimes you don't understand the power that you have, or you don't believe in yourself and your abilities, but you have these people all around you who are your cheerleaders, and they're saying, yes, you can do this, yes, you can do that, yes, go ahead and do that, and they're pushing you into the spotlight, even though you don't want to go into the spotlight, because you don't think that you're ready for the spotlight, but they believe in your abilities. And because of this belief that they have in your abilities, you are able to draw strength from them, and you're able to achieve the unimaginable, or what you thought was unimaginable, because they already knew that you could do this. So with that said, my next question is, why do you think that mentorship is needed? And I'm going to pick up with Abriana here.
Okay, so for this question, I would like to start with a quote. So, for everyone who knows the movie Karate Kid, Mr. Miyagi has been my mentor, not in terms of, like karate or anything. I can't do karate, but in terms of like the qualities of life which he teaches. So, the quote that he says states, for one to be great, you must learn the wisdom from those who have done it before. Listen to their advice and do what you are told, for it will help you in the long run. So simply put, this is basically saying that people are there who have done it before you. So if they are if they have experienced it, they have made the mistakes, they're there to help, guide you along the way. So it is essential in that, um yeah, it helps you to gain the knowledge from them. They have done it, so what's stopping you? you know it allows you to make less mistakes, especially for us as young persons. It also exposes us to caring and involved role models. It does not only benefit us as the mentee, but it also benefits the mentor, as it also helps them to refine their skills.
Okay, thank you. So that, based on what you said, it reminded me of I don't know if it's a colloquial saying or a proverb per se, but there's this quote that says, "Only a fool learns from his own mistakes. A wise man learns from the mistake of others." So I think essentially what mentorship does is that it allows you not to repeat history, not to make the same mistakes that others make, but to really maximize on your own potential. And I'm also going to throw this question open to Geneva to hear her perspective.
The question is, sorry, I didn't hear the question the first time.
Okay, so the question is, why do you think mentorship is needed?
Oh, it's the influence, the guidance, and the direction given by a mentor that's really important for the mentee, because you have no experience. So because they have more experience than you, they could give you guidelines on what to do and what not to do to help you move further than they did when they first started. So it gives you like a a jump start, if you know what I mean. So they give you advice, and it really helps you to elevate faster instead of going back to make the same mistakes, because it's going to be time consuming. So it's a great thing.
Okay, thank you so much. My next question is, now having identified that having that we all agree that mentorship is needed, this now leads my next question, which is, when do you think mentorship is needed? Is it something that you only need when you're just starting out? Is it something that you are going to need as you progress through each stage of life? Or is it something that you're going to need as you traverse, like right through, not necessarily just at important life stages, but like right throughout your life? Or if you guys have any other perspective on when mentorship is needed, I'm open to hearing that, starting with Genevieve.
I think that mentorship is needed all throughout your life. And if you look at it, we have been mentored from a child in the perspective that when we were born, we were not on our own, right? We had parents or whoever our caretakers. We had someone looking out for us. So I believe that at each stage in life or each step of the way, we will definitely need someone to guide us. We will definitely need someone to shadow us, because at the end of the day, I feel like life is like a circle, and it doesn't make sense you're walking in a straight line when we can all do it together. So it's a journey that we can all do together. And I would refer it to like a ladder. When you have a ladder, you have someone probably ahead of you, but you are just coming up the rungs. And the rungs of the ladder, they are experiences in life. And the person who is at the top, they would have already gone through that. They would have already climbed that ladder. And they are there holding their hands just to help you up. So I believe at each stage in life, you definitely need a mentor. You definitely need someone to pour into you, because sometimes, yes, we can be intrinsically motivated at times, but sometimes it's very good to hear from a different perspective. It's very good to hear what had happened and how best you can navigate that situation for yourself. So I do think I don't think that mentorship should be like something that's like, oh, okay, it's optional. I think mentorship is it's imperative. And if you guys look from our lives, we have been mentored in schools. We have our teachers. It may not be directly called mentoring, and it may not directly be called like a mentorship program, but you'd have friends or you'd have people that you'd look up to, and they would give you some advice. So I do think that mentorship is needed in every aspect of your life, just to hone who you are, because sometimes we do have the potential, we do have the purpose, but we're not seeing from the view that they have. So I guess that mentor have like a bird's eye view. They're like a lens, and they can see the potential in us. And just like in track and field, when you have coaches, Sometimes they go to like primary school to seek out the runners. The runners don't know that they will be like a superstar or a track star, right? But the coaches see something within them. The coaches see that there's potential. The coaches see that there's area for growth. And I definitely think that what mentoring is, your mentors sometimes see you and they say, okay, this person has the potential for growth, but this person probably need pruning, just like a tree. This person probably need pruning, probably needs some little bit of fertilizer. This person probably needs some more water. Person probably needs more sunlight. And that is the role of a mentor, to guide you and to just to watch you blossom into the person they know you are. But sometimes it's unaware to us because we can't see from the perspective that they are viewing. So that's, for me, is very important. And I'm definitely going to need and will be using mentor along my journey in life.
Loving the analogies, Genevieve, and I definitely agree that we have mentors in all aspects of our life, even though we may not define the relationship as a mentor-mentee relationship. We definitely have mentors all around us, and I also want to hear Abriana's perspective on this. When exactly do you think we need mentorship, Abriana?
So I 100% agree with everything that Jenny just mentioned. I believe that you need mentorship regardless of your age. It's good to have someone to help you along the path, along your direction, because my dad always says to me, Abby, if you lose your direction, you're not gonna find your destination. So if there is someone there to help me, even if I, for instance, lose my direction, if there is someone there to help me, guide me back or guide me along the path, then there is no way that I am not going to reach my destination. If they have reached it and they are helping me, what is there to stop me? So I believe, regardless of age, you need mentorship. But in my experience, the main part of my life where I needed mentorship is, I can say need, because currently, transitioning from like a teen to an adult, where you're making more life altering decisions, you really need someone there to help you make such large decisions which are gonna affect your life.
Definitely. So I definitely resonate with what you're saying, because life is not linear. So as you progress, there's going to be different hurdles, different challenges that you would need to navigate through. And if you have somebody at all times reminding you of your overarching goal, it's going to be easier to get to that goal, or to achieve that goal rather. Now, what do you, this is out to Geneva. What do you think are some essential factors needed to maintain a good mentor mentee relationship? Because, like all other relationships, certain factors are required to ensure that the relationship is successful. So, I want to hear your perspective on this, Geneva.
Okay, thank you. So I personally feel like establishing trust, having the respect for each other, a clear mutual understanding of the intention of the mentorship, and a mentee should choose a mentor who can challenge them to fully achieve their potential. That's what I believe.
Thank you. And Genevieve, you want to add anything?
I think Geneva would have touched on everything. But the one thing I would like to say is being open to change. So being open to changes, and also communication skills, because sometimes we have to learn to communicate what we want to our mentors so that they can better help us. And also being flexible. Life happens, things change. So if you're flexible and you can communicate that to your mentor, and also be open to change, because in this mentorship program, or even with the e-mentorship, it's you're there because you want to change, or not change but entirely, but you're there because you want to improve to be the best version of yourself. So I definitely think open to change is a very integral skill in being a mentor or even being a mentee.
Awesome. I'd like to add to what you and Geneva said, that there should also be a personal connection, or where the personalities match, because we have this saying in Jamaica where persons will say that their spirit don't take somebody, and that does indeed happen, where it's not a matter of persons being awful or whatever, but it's just a matter of their personalities and their visions not aligning. So I think it's essential that when you have a for a good mentee mentor relationship to exist, I think it's essential that the personalities match and there's no clashing in terms of view, and that the persons get along. All right. Now, with that said, we want to know how important is mentorship in the tech industry, and I'm going to throw this open to Abriana first.
Okay, so I believe that mentorship is very important in the tech industry. As we know, technology is always evolving. It's not staying one place. By the time we look at next year come, we're not even using StreamYard anymore. There's a whole, different platform so mentorship is very important as we to keep up to date with the constantly evolving technology. We need to learn from one another, not only learning from one another, we need to learn from the ones before, because those who came before us built the foundation that we are working on. So with a strong foundation, we will be able to, better understand the evolving technologies. So mentorship in technology is very important, especially as women in tech, and not only women in tech, Caribbean women in tech. There is a gender gap in technology, as we all know, a gender gap that we are trying to fill. And how are we going to fill this if we have the knowledge and we're just keeping it to ourselves? We have to share this knowledge, and we can accomplish this by mentorship. Thank you.
Definitely. Geneva, you want to add anything as to how important do you think mentorship is in the tech industry?
To add on to Brianna's, to add on what she said, I totally agree with it, because when your mentor keeps you updated with the technology that's constantly advancing, it keeps you afloat and posted, and it also helps you to keep growing. You know what I mean? Learn new things, because as we grow, technology grows every day, and it also helps you to. Your mentor can also guide you to help you be more equipped for the future.
Definitely. And to add to what you and Abriana said, what I found is that in the tech industry, there's a big emphasis on networking and connection. So I think that's how mentorship comes in, because through your mentor who has already done it and already traversed this road, they would have formed some connections along the way, and they're able to push you into that path or guide you to where those connections are, so that you're able to take advantages of the opportunities that are present. I'm not sure if Geneva, not Geneva, I'm not sure if Geneva would like to add anything.
Thank you so much, Khadija. Awesome answers, by the way, lady. I definitely think that we need more women in tech, because tech is it's a male-dominated field, and I feel as if we as women we can enter into that space. We need representation of persons who are of not even persons, but of women who are already in that space. So if we have representation, then we can say to ourselves, okay, she has done it, then I can do it too. So definitely representation in the tech space is very important, especially for women. And as Abriana said, not just any women, but Caribbean women per se, because I don't necessarily have the statistics on hand, but I definitely know that women, it's you have more male in tech than women, and there's a gender gap, as Abriana said. So that's something that we can change, and with the mentorship, you definitely see that, okay, there are women in the industry, then I too can be in there. I too see myself in that woman in the industry, so I know that there's space for me there. I know that I can break the glass ceiling and enter into that industry. So that has been a very good or a key important aspect of the mentorship program.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so now I want to know, Geneva, I want to know, what do you foresee the tech industry would look like in the next 10 years if emerging women in tech are offered more mentorship? Now, as Geneva just mentioned, there is indeed a gender disparity or gender gap in terms of the women in tech versus the men. And we can change that, or we can change that if there are more women in tech. Now, how exactly do you think the industry would look if emerging women in tech are offered more mentorship?
Based on my personal experience, when I had a few interviews with, obviously, my interviewers were males, and they would look at me like, "You're interested in tech?" So I think if more females would be interested, then they wouldn't be in such a hurry to just turn us away and just feel as though we don't have the potential to be just as great as men. That's how I would feel if we was to be more interested in tech. It would make us look okay. We would be more capable of doing the things males can do.
I definitely agree with you. Geneve, you want to add anything?
I don't really have much to add because Geneva has said it all, so I don't really have anything to add to that.
Okay, so I definitely agree that the tech industry as we know it would not look the same if we had more women mentoring the emerging women in tech, because once women are empowered and they have someone behind them, there's no stopping to what they can achieve. All right, so no, we know that there are different styles of mentorship and there are different methods of mentorship. Now, with COVID, everything has changed and most of have gone online. So, what I want to know now is, which do you think work best, mentorship remotely or mentorship done face to face? I'm going to show this open to Abriana.
Okay, so very good question, Kadisha. With COVID, I have found that remotely, it has its benefits. For one, we get to organize our time better. It allows us to be, for people who are more, on the shy side, it's better to, write it down, send a message rather than openly saying it. So it has its benefits when done remotely. But for me personally, I much prefer face to face, because I'm a social person. As much as I said earlier, I was nervous here to do public speaking. In person, I talk to people like I know them from long time. So it all depends on you as a person, but both of them have their benefits. At the end of the day, mentorship is good. Mentorship is, bettering you. So whether done remotely or face to face, I am very grateful for everyone who has, mentored me.
Okay, so I definitely agree with you that it depends on the person and the type, because similarly to online learning does not work for everyone, but there's some persons who gravitate to it. So I think it's a similar situation with mentorship. It depends on the personality type and the available resources. And as we close, my final question is, what are your top five mentorship best practices? Having gone through formal mentorship programs and having been both mentees and mentor, what do you think are the five best mentorship practices? And I'm going to throw this open to Geneva.
My first five for me is to develop rules for the program, carefully pair mentors and mentees, which is very important, and recognize mentors and mentees' success, which is, highlight their improvement from where they started to where they are now, and provide guidelines and identify goods goals, for the program. So because I just personally feel like for a mentor, you need to know what you want. So you need to be able to communicate what exactly you're looking for so they could know how to better assist you.
Okay, thank you. Those are some amazing tips. Abriana, same question. What are your top five mentorship best practices?
Okay, so me and Geneva actually have some similar tips. The different ones that I have though is listen to each other and be open-minded. For example, Nicole saying, Abriana, go speak today. If I wasn't open-minded, I would not be here having this conversation. I would not have signed up in the first place to help you organize the summit today. So that is one. The other one is do not just listen to the advice and for listening's sake. Do not just listen and have it here sitting on because many of us are guilty of that. Okay, Abriana, go read a book. Okay, Nicole says I'm supposed to read a book. Read a book. That's not actually reading a book. The advice that you get, actually try and apply it to your life because it will make change. It will help develop your skills, develop you as a person.
Okay, so I definitely agree that we need to, if we want change, it is imperative and it's up to us that we act on the advice that we get and do not sit on it because nothing can come from sitting on the advice. And I'd also like to add mentorship best practice, which I think is respect. So I believe that at all stages of the mentorship relationship, each party should absolutely abide and respect each other because only when we respect each other can there be fruitful conversation or can goals be achieved. Now, with that said, I want to thank you, ladies, for coming out and so able answering the questions as well as really helping to influence others to join a mentorship program, whether it be as a mentor, as a mentee, so that the tech industry can be revolutionized and we can achieve the progress that we want. Now, at this time, I'm going to hand.
Tanisha,
Yeah,
before
go
you
ahead.
before you hand over, actually, I actually forgot one of my tips. So that
Sure,
tip
go
was
ahead.
yeah, don't be afraid to ask for help because that's the purpose of your mentee. Do not be afraid to ask for help. Do not be afraid to ask for advice. They are there to help you and they are willing to help you. And with that said, I would just like to announce that the Equals Mentorship platform will be hosting their second edition of the 2022 mentoring program. So if you would like to apply, the registration link will be posted as soon as it is available on Sea Girls Hack Instagram. So look out for it. I am looking forward to seeing everyone there.
Okay,
And
thank you,
just to
Brian.
add, and just to
Yes, go
add,
ahead.
I'm imploring every girl on here, if you're listening, to make sure to go follow the page. Make sure you follow the page that Avrina just said and sign up for the mentorship program. It's free of cost, and the investment, you cannot put a price to it. So ensure that you sign up. We are here and we're speaking from experience. Trust us and sign up.
Yeah, great advice. Definitely, guys, do the right thing and go ahead and ensure that you follow the page and you signed up for the mentorship program because it's an experience that will definitely transform your life as you know it. I will put you in the direction that you want to go, or will put you in a direction that you never imagined that you'll be able to go. Now, with that said, I'm going to hand over to, I think it's Sonia.
Hi, thank you all for showcasing the importance of mentorship and the impact it had on your journeys. But before we continue, I would like to upload Geneva for her first place performance in the Tech for Girls and her achievements.
Thank you.
And just a reminder that I posted in the link of or in the link in the comments, I posted the link that you could look into to email for the Tech for Girls. Okay. So in the comments, I posted welcoming young ladies 18 to 25 to go to Seagulls Hack Instagram to look out for more information on the next upcoming Equals E mentorship for the Caribbean, kicking off mid-May. So you can send us an email and there's the email there, with the subject Equals E Mentorship Caribbean, May 2022. So our last event for the day is going to be a lightning talk called Home Away, Making Careers Work Wherever You Are by Travis Miller. Travis Miller is a web designer, developer, and strategic consultant. He works with startups, agencies, and entrepreneurs to build strong brands and create meaningful experiences on the web. He is driven by startups, community, and entrepreneurship, both locally and abroad. His core projects and initiatives over the years include Shifter Culture, Arrowlink Ventures, Starter Island, and Venture Co-working. Travis was born and raised on Nassau, Bahamas, and completed his degree in Management Information Systems at the University of Tampa, John H. Sykes College of Business. With over 10 years of experience, Travis has been involved in numerous profit and nonprofit projects and initiatives, completed in and facilitated business development competitions, and has spoken at events and panels on creative technologies and entrepreneurship. He's dedicated to developing his community and to the education and mentoring of young creatives and technologists of the future.
Good women tech makers in Caribbean. My name is Travis Miller, and today, what's good, women tech makers in Caribbean Tech Summit? My name is Travis Miller, and today I'm going to talk to you about that burning question most of my Caribbean peers had to deal with: is do I stay or do I go? Do I stay home and make a career, or do I go abroad and capitalize on the opportunities abroad? It's a loaded question, and I've personally had to wrestle with this for myself, and I'm sure a lot of my peers and colleagues have to wrestle with this as well too. Is that, do I stay home and kind of build a career, or do I go away? Do I have better opportunities away? Hopefully I'll tell you a little bit about my backstory. Again, and everybody's answer or final answer will be different. But I could tell you a little bit about my backstory and kind of the things that I've done in terms to make it work no matter where I was, right? So just to give you a little bit of background on me, I grew up in Nassau, Bahamas. I went to elementary and high school here. I graduated from Kingsway Academy. Shout out to the Saints. And then after I graduated, I went to University of Tampa to study to achieve a degree in Management Information Systems. I was there for 4 years. During my last year, my senior year, I interned at this tech company for a little bit. And I obviously at that last senior year, for a lot of international students, they had to, if they wanted to extend their time in the U.S. working, you would have to do this thing called an OPT, which is you have this opportunity to work in the U.S. for a year or more, depending on what your degree is, under the university, but to get real-world experience. So I did that for a bit, but it didn't happen right away. So right after I was working with this company, I worked with them for a year. But right after graduation, I had to move back home because the OPT didn't clear yet. In between that time, the company got acquired, so it was kind of like this weird limbo thing, but they still applied for my OPT. But when I came back home, it was in this weird space where I didn't know what I was going to do. I had this brand new fresh degree. all this college experience, but no real world experience. So when I was back home, luckily I had some family members that were also in technology, and I kind of moonlighted with them for a little bit and worked with them for a little bit. But it wasn't really exactly what I wanted to do, or I think I wanted to, venture in for my degree. So during that time, I was still waiting to see if my OPT would clear. So I was bouncing in between, trying to figure out what opportunities were still available for me if I do decide to travel back. But also, I was still very much on the ground trying to figure out how to make this new life post-college work at home. As one could imagine, you definitely didn't fit in right out of the box. So you had this degree, you had all this, what you think you're good at, but you didn't have that much of experience. And for my particular field, I wanted to, even though I did management information systems, I still very much wanted to focus on being a developer and to stay in that field and to do coding and to do programming. But unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of opportunities back home that had that. There were a few opportunities, but very much so they didn't align in terms of what I learned to do, or they were super enterprise, or they were looking for 5 years to 8 years experience at the gate when I didn't have that experience. I only had that experience from the internship I did when I was in college. So it was a weird space to be in terms of like, what am I gonna do? What is my purpose to a degree? What am I gonna do? And when you're back home, especially when you're back in the Caribbean, and a lot of people know that you've just come back from college, you get hit with a lot of these questions like, are you back home for good? Don't stay here. There's no opportunities here. And that was very frustrating to deal with at the time, because it's like, yeah, I miss home. I haven't been home in a while. Why can't I have any opportunities back home? But that definitely pushed me to continue to pursue a career and try to figure out if I can make a career work back in Tampa. Fortunately, nothing was concrete, but I did decide the OPT came through, so I had the opportunity to go back and work. And then I hopped on a plane. I had a few interviews lined up after, a few phone interviews, but nothing really concrete. I had a friend that I could crash by and use their couch and try to make it work and try to figure out how to get a job while I have this temporary degree. But the thing about that OPT is that you only have so many days in order to find a job before it goes invalid. So I got back in Tampa, and to my mind, I'm thinking I still have this degree. It should be very easy to get a job. But that wasn't the case because the OTP is a temporary arrangement. A lot of the employers that I interviewed with wanted something more concrete and long term. So you had to either have a green card, or you have to have what they call an H-1B, which you would probably be familiar with in your research, which allow you to stay a little bit longer in order to work underemployed in the U.S. So that was a struggle. I had to go from door to door, try to apply for interviews, still nothing there, and I only had about 90 days to make this opportunity work. Until it was the last few days that I ended up getting a job, and that allowed me to stay for a little bit. And from that job, I worked there for a little bit. I transitioned to another job, and then I transitioned to another job that I worked in longer term. And when I got to that job, which was Spark, an advertising agency in Tampa, that was when I really got my gears rolling in terms of working in a creative environment, working with an agency, doing development, learning a lot of other things, and really putting my education to work. But again, the OPT is temporary. So I was able to work for 2 years on that degree, and then I had to come back home. We did try, through the company, we did try to do the H-1B, do all the legal rigmarole, but it didn't go through. So I actually had to end up coming back home. But I came back home early while we were trying to figure out if the H-1B would come through. So it was a very interesting point in time. So I was back home working remote for the company still, while this decision was still up in the air. Working for the company, but then also having this relationship with the company, which they also realized that I may not come back, and them training me in order to like do my own freelancing and my own agency to a degree, and that's how I ended up going full in into Travis Miller Webb when that didn't go through. So there was the point of coming back home right out of college, which was a scary opportunity, but then going back to the States where I worked for a little bit, and then coming back home. And when I came back home that second time, I had a lot more confidence. I had a better idea of my skills and my capabilities and what I was able to achieve, especially during the landscape of the opportunities that were still, untouched, for a lack of a better word, back home. Were there some insecurities? Of course, but I had a little bit more of a stronghold and a footing in terms of how do I provide a product and a service for clientele. Now, with that being said, I'll talk about some key points in terms of what made it work for me in terms of being back home full time. When I was in the States, in college and out of college, when I was still working in Tampa, a big thing that really shaped a lot of my experience was being able to have a community. That was a big thing for me in terms of being able to be with a group of individuals that were learning and growing as well, who were discovering new things and learning new technologies. And it definitely helped me to develop my own career and my own path. When I came back home, I was like, I don't really have this sense of community or this infrastructure of a community like I did back in Tampa, right? But that was one of the main goals that I decided that I'm going to find a community. I'm going to find people that I could work and collaborate with while I'm back home. And we did that. So like through another organization that I co-founded called Shift the Culture, we started this group of creatives and entrepreneurs that got together and discussed ideas and collaborated on particular projects. But more importantly, out of all of that, was that you had a community of support with people going through things and struggling through the same things that you may struggle with in terms of what do you do with your career. So we did that, and that was a big thing. So that's a big point in terms of what I would tell you is to find a community, find a base, find individuals that you could work alongside and collaborate with while you build out this particular career path. A second thing I would say is what made it work not being, moving back home from away is to, ask yourself what drives you in terms of what are you doing this for? What are you achieving or what do you set out to achieve for your particular career? So for me, I always knew that I wanted to stay and continue in development. So it was just natural for me to stick with web development. And looking at the landscape of how things were back home, there was a lot of opportunity for clients and projects that didn't have websites or web applications that I could capitalize on, right? So I wanted to go all in on that. That being the goal combined with the community in terms of support, and that also started to leverage a network in terms of clients or projects that I could work on. That made it work here. So that was a big thing. And then also a key with that is building those relationships. So we started this community. We worked with we worked on special projects, some of which were like a co-working space that we did called Venture Co-working. Before that, we worked on a startup competition called Startup Island. And all of these different things acted as a magnet to bring the community together. We had pitch nights, we had meetups where it didn't feel like you were doing this alone. And the goal was never to make it a one-to-one as what that experience would be like if I was still in the States. But definitely having a support in a community that you could just talk to and vent to. And we've continued to build that and grow that over the years. And yeah, it's just, and a next thing I would say is that no matter where you are or where you decide to go, is to stay hungry, not only for knowledge and expertise, but stay hungry for opportunities. The thing I would tell anybody in terms of if they're weighing if they should stay home or away, even though I've had a unique blend of all two of these things, is that people, we as humans, we always have the tendency to look at where the grass is greener. But the grass is greener where you water it, where you put effort, where you put time, where you put intention is where your opportunities will cultivate and grow, right? Is it going to be easy all the time? Probably not. If you're from the Caribbean, you know the unique challenges that we have. Most people would say we would be X amount of years behind from our competitors worldwide. But if you look at that on the flip side, is that we have so much opportunities that are ripe, that are available that we could tackle. And it's definitely a marathon, not a sprint. I know, especially if you've had any experience or have a taste working overseas, things move at a fast pace, while back home they move at a much, slower pace, whether that might be red tape with any organizations that you may be working with or just for the opportunities out there. And again, like for a lot of different factors in terms of like what you make as a salary, cost of living, all of these different things. But if I had to touch on one thing from my personal experience is that if you stick it out long enough, you can make great things happen no matter where you are. I would definitely say capitalize on any opportunities that are out there. If you're in technology, you could touch on a lot of opportunities being remote where you don't have to be there physically. Capitalize on these opportunities, learn the things that you want to learn, almost make a curriculum for yourself in terms of how you want to develop and grow. Keep an ear out for opportunities that may be out there that you could capitalize on. And not every opportunity will be a pie in the sky from the first opportunity that you get. You have to make things happen from the things that you are provided, right? You have to be diligent with the things, the opportunities that you do have in order to make the things that you want to make happen. And again, hopefully that answers your question in terms of should you do home or away. Again, so the answer comes back to it depends. And it depends on where you put your effort and where you water your plant, where you water your grass and where you want to grow. And capitalize and to continue to build on your skills and then to leverage the relationships, leverage your network, build a community. If there's no community to be a part of, venture into building a community. Because that really counts, that really matters. Just to connect with people, like-minded individuals, but just to vent, because it is hard. I'm not going to oversell a dream to you. It is hard. And again, my experience has been unique, but it has also been challenging in terms of making things work. Am I where I need to be? Am I where I want to be? By no means, but I feel like I am right where I need to be for the opportunities that I capitalize on. And that's a key thing to keep in mind. Mindset is important as well too. Again, the biggest mindset point I would give to you is that it's a marathon, not a sprint. If you think there may not be opportunities, you'd be surprised. There are a lot of opportunities that are out there. You just have to go looking for it. And then one final note that I would give you is that, again, you got to stay positive and you got to stay motivated. The people around you, again, to their no fault of their own, and they may not know any better, but they will tell you that, okay, why are you back home? Why there's no opportunities back here? You should go away. There's always going to be that perspective in which somebody thinks something is better. But the people who stick it out, the people who thrive, are the ones that make the best out of the opportunities that they have right now. So hopefully that helps. Again, I am Travis Miller of Travis Miller Web. You can find me at my social handles at Travis Miller Web. And just stay the course. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Travis, for such a motivating, enlightening talk. This concludes our International Women's Day Caribbean Tech Youth Summit 2022. I hope you all had a great experience as I did, and most importantly, that you learned a lot and were just as motivated as I was. I'd like to introduce Nicolas Mendes, who's the lead organizer of Google Developer Groups in Port of Spain, for his concluding remarks.
Hi, and I'll also be bringing on Sarah Bernard as well. So welcome back, Sarah, and thank you so much, Rihanna. You and Adiola really carried the day. It was really amazing to see you all powering through all the sessions, right? So I just want to say congratulations on a successful event. Sarah?
Hi, thank you so much, Nicholas, for giving me this opportunity. I'm really here just to say, good job, guys. Good job to the youth delegates. What the summit that you all had here today exceeded our expectations. I must say, I don't know if I'll get in trouble for saying this, but this was my favorite day out of this summit. You know what I mean? So that panel discussion was really well hosted by Sarah Cole. I do want to just shout out some people, the youth delegates. So Rihanna, Adiola, Sonia, thank you for hosting this event. I know it could be nerve-wracking, but you all did so effortlessly. Thank you. Kadisha and Sarah will also host for other sessions. Thank you for doing that. There was a really special session with Dr. Kim Malalu, and that was all the brainchild of Adiola. Adiola, thank you for getting Kim here, for spreading her wisdom with us, and for hosting that session. Christiana and Amanda, listen, these girls, they work in the background. That a lot of times, and I'm gonna put in Nicholas there too. What's happening in the background, you're like, oh, like, how does this happen? And if I'm not mistaken, Adiola was doing it as well. How does everything move so smoothly? How do we get like the from the one speaker to the next? It was all these guys. Thank you so much. And speaking of background, thank you, Abiana and Bridget, for the social media. So all those graphics that you see there. So I want you all to know this summit, just like the other days, were all organized by, Chinese like to say big people party, were organized by the big people. This event, down to the flyers, you know what I mean, were organized by the youth. So thank you very much, Bridget and Abiana. And that other special session, so I'm gonna say thank you, Nicole, because as Genevieve mentioned, there's a driver, right? Even though the youth know where they want to go, there's a driver that's helping them get there. Nicole, thank you so much for bringing these young ladies on the platform, for sharing that mentoring session. And Abriana, Genevieve, Juneva, and Kadisha for hosting that mentoring session. I've never seen anything like it, right, in a tech summit. So thank you so much. And I think it was inspiring to a lot of people. And now I'm going to thank some old people. So Nicole, Maria, Nicholas, right? Thank you so much for supporting. Again, I'm just using what Genevieve said, being the driver behind and helping the younger people. They know where they want to go, but sometimes they just need a little guidance, keeping them in the rails. So thank you so much for that support. And for all the youth delegates who volunteered this year, thank you so much for putting this together. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad. Are we bringing Sonia on? Please bring Sonia on. And that's I'm so glad that Sonia is coming on. Thank you, Sonia. Sonia is a big person, little person, right? She wanna be in big people thing all the time. Sonia is part of the wider Women in Tech planners, and really and truly, speaking of drivers of this event, when she signed up to be a youth delegate, I'm like, wait, she said because not because of how you look really young, but I just thought, because she's a software developer, she works for Nike, you understand, and she carries herself like an adult, for lack of a better, you all know what I'm trying to say, right? Someone with experience, right? And she was really behind these girls, to all the mailing lists that went out, everything, the reason why everything just flows into place again. Thank you, Sonia, right? For organizing all the meetings that we had. And I'm sure she wants to say something. And for all the youth delegates that I did not mention, my apologies. We know you're there in the WhatsApp group going, why Sarah didn't mention my name? I apologize if I didn't mention your name, but thank you so much. This summit, we are calling, I'm sorry, but the reward for good work is more work. We are asking you all to do this again. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you've pretty much wrapped it all up. I mean, these girls have worked tirelessly to put this together, and I'm just so grateful to have the opportunity to work with you all. It's been super fun. We are super excited for the outcome, right? Like, we're already looking about what can we do more, because you are all a talented bunch, and there's so much more that you are capable of doing, because y'all are so talented. So yes, thank you for having us and for hosting an awesome day, and just continue to do well. You're all superstars. Yeah, a little pat on the back, everyone do that. Any closing words, Rihanna? How was being the host?
A bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But it was interesting. I got to explore a lot more in the StreamYard program, so that was great.
Yeah, now you know a new technology. Add that to your resume.
Learning by doing, it's always like the best way. I remember the first day we met with the youth delegates. You all remember, now you all wouldn't know this, but these are volunteers. We basically sent out a call saying, hey guys, we want to have a youth summit, but we're not youths, can you come and just organize one? And they just put their hand up. We're like, okay, we'll do it. And so we said, here's what we want you to do. After the first one, they were like, okay, wait, that's what you all want us to do? We need to think, give us a day, let's just think about it. You know what I mean? They just needed to go research a little bit. And then they came back and then they were like, yeah, we've got this. So yeah, again, it's always like, we don't know what we can do unless you try it. And it's okay if you fail. There was a speaker that shared about that, right? That it's okay. I think that, anyways, I can't remember. But anyways, one of the speakers shared about that. Not, it's okay to mess up, worrying about her GPA and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
And it just speaks to what can be possible when given the opportunity, right? So that's a bigger lesson in itself, to really give people opportunities, because you don't know what's going to come out of it, and beautiful things could come out of it.
Yeah, Rayanne spoke a listener. We could have a whole summit about this summit, but Rayanne, she was in the panel discussion, and she said what we need, it's really opportunities, as well as hard work, but opportunity, because if you don't know what she was like, exposure. If you don't know that, hey, there's a job called a bio technologist. Biotechnology is a thing. You know what I mean? We wouldn't even know that. I didn't even know that, unless I met, Dr. Virginie Haraxing, you know what I mean? So we need to put this more out into the world, definitely.
Amazing. Yes, this is the first of many, y'all. So thank you all for joining us today. Do connect with all of us on socials. We're all here for you to connect, to ask questions, especially the youth. The best way to learn is to ask questions. So really do seek out the older people in the community. We are absolutely here for you.
Excellent. So I think that brings us to the end of our youth day, but we have one more day left, right? And we're gonna kick things off tomorrow at 1 p.m. with more amazing talks. So until then, see y'all till next time, everyone. Have a good day.
See ya.
Bye.